Welcome to Paranormal M, where each story promises a journey into the unknown. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to never miss out on our latest supernatural episodes. Enjoy the thrill of the eerie, surprised by a little boy spirit. When I was 17 years old, I decided to move up north from the Key Peninsula located by Gig Harbor, Washington, to a quaint little seaside town called Anna Cortez. It was a picture-perfect little town, just about 30 blocks sort of long, kind of like Ocean Shore's vibe in comparison. Anyhow, I was just invited to move up there with my boyfriend and his older brother, who was an MP in the nearby military base. As I arrived, I took a left on 7th Avenue looking for the address on my right in this beautiful neighborhood. I finally came to a stop in front of this spooky little house. Just my luck. All this beauty and I get the one creepy house. As I started to move my things and unpack, I had a very uneasy feeling. It was like I was being watched and Oliver just creeped out. As the days went by, I noticed the house was slanted. You could literally put a marble in the kitchen and it would roll the back of the house. So I started asking my boyfriend questions about the place. He explained that it was built in the early 1900s. That explained the extremely old giant oil heater in the living room. It constantly gave me weird vibes as well as in the backyard. Like there was this peculiar garden. It had beautiful flowers, but it was round and had 3 different levels to it, which was odd. A couple weeks had gone by and I was working graveyard shift at a local Safeway. That meant that I would be home pretty much all day by myself, because the rest of the household worked normal, daytime hours. One day, shortly after I'd gotten home at 10 a.m., I decided to lie down and take a nap and get some rest. At some point, I was awoken to the sound of metal tapping. Then I heard a male's voice very quietly saying something I just couldn't quite make out. I assumed that, my boyfriend had gotten home early and I was hearing him talking. Maybe he was just approaching the front door while jingling his keys. So I stood up in a bed and headed to my bedroom and hung a left to arrive at the front door. And by the way, I quickly opened with, excitement, assuming my boyfriend had finally gotten off early to my surprise. No one was there. I looked left, looked right, find no one. So disappointed and confused, I slammed the door, extremely disappointed, and as I turned around, there on top of that creepy oil heater sat a little boy looked about 6. Had blonde hair and fair skin. I was in complete shock and I could hardly believe what I was looking at. It felt like I stood like a statue. He was just sitting there swinging his legs and giggling, looking surprisingly happy. I turned back around and ran out my front door so fast I didn't even care that I was barefoot. I continued to run all the way to Domino's Pizza where my boyfriend was working. He pulled up from a delivery with a very confused look on his face. "Is everything okay? What are you doing here?" he asked. I sat him down, started to tell him what I heard, what I thought, and what I saw. He was amazingly not seeming to freak out or be surprised by what I just told him. And come to find out the reason why was a year before we moved in there had been a pond in the backyard. A 6-year-old boy lived in the house with his parents. One day the boy decided to go look at the fish in the pond by himself. Got a little too close, fell into the deepest point in the middle. By the time his parents noticed, the back door was not latched shut as well as their son wasn't anywhere to be found. Frantic parents ran out of the back door, across the deck, across the yard of the pond to see their son's lifeless body floating in the pond. I was like, why did you never tell me this? Said that he didn't want to freak me out, but also from that day forward they drained the pond and put the house up for rent. But they explained to anybody who rents that the drained pond is now a garden, and they'd like flowers to be planted in it for remembrance. Suddenly everything came together and it all made sense. And needless to say, shortly after this experience, I moved things. And they were just too damn creepy. Ask Reddit. When I was younger, I used to have extreme paranoia. I had panic and anxiety attacks very easily. Well, it was due to the fact that I have a panic disorder that most others in my family also have. But my family didn't know, or my distant family. So one day, it was sort of one of my first sleepovers with somebody who wasn't my grandma or at my house. But anyway, I had a sleepover at my cousin's friend's farm. And it was supposedly, you guessed it, haunted. An old couple had built a farm there, had animals, and when one of them had died, the others moved, leaving the animals. So it was a lot like other basic horror movies, assuming that's why nobody believed me. At this sleepover, there was also a party, like with the parents. They had alcohol, and I can't remember the name, but they were kind of like go-karts. It was late at night, and some of the older kids there wanted to go check out the quote-unquote haunted barn. And like the little kid me and my cousin were, we said we'd go. Along with a few others, we went to the barn. There was gravestones, about 5 to 7 of them. There's I guess they're from old dogs that had died. The old couple once had them. Along with some donkeys that my cousin's friends now, sort of took care of. Now the barn wasn't run down, but it was visibly old. Just not falling apart, and there was a small balcony. Keep the balcony in mind. Anyway, the older kids went upstairs while I and my cousin stayed downstairs to the barn, obviously scared. The older kids in the end ran back downstairs screaming, one crying, saying the upstairs room had changed. Things moved, and something upstairs moved while they were up there. Like the scared people we were, we just ran away. About halfway back to the house, I looked back along with a few others. That was because one said that they saw something on the little old balcony on the second floor. There was something there. It wasn't there before. And that night we didn't even sleep. We heard banging from upstairs of the house and on the doors downstairs. Some doors would randomly fly open every now and then. And eventually we all passed out. The next day we all looked back at the barn and nothing was there. We still don't know what it was. I thought I was losing my mind. Almost a year ago, my boyfriend's grandma passed away in the living room. She was old and just ready to go. After her passing, some extremely weird stuff started happening. I am a skeptic. I don't know what to believe, but I know I did witness this shit. She was connected to oxygen, so when she died, I still had those massive oxygen tanks that weigh as much as me. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to them slamming all over the house. And not just being knocked over. One of them had flown across the room and put a hole in the wall. It was loud. I thought somebody had broken into her house and was destroying it. I had no clue until I got up and found the oxygen tanks all over the place. This went on for weeks when it had never happened before she died. Then our appliances started turning on in the middle of the night. Like our paper shredder, for example, which was loud as shit. I was losing sleep, and I felt like I was losing my mind. The thing that sent me over the edge is that I was sitting on the floor in the living room in front of the very place that she died, the couch. I was eating and felt somebody pull my hair. I called a preacher and had my house prayed over by multiple people. Then I just stayed at my job, just to kind of get out of my house. I was too tired to even think about anything when I got home from work. Haven't heard or seen anything other than, tonight I was sitting in my living room again and I heard "help me." So I'm currently hiding underneath my blankets. Maybe I need to pray again. My thing is, I don't think it's Grandma. I knew her very well. She wouldn't be yanking on my hair asking for help or throwing her oxygen tank across the room. We got rid of those, so there wouldn't be any more holes in the walls. I personally think her death either opened something up or left enough energy to attract other things. moved into a home owned by only one person who passed away at 99. She lived here with her husband and son. It's a very beautiful 1950s home that's all original aside from some appliances. And, well, my husband and I live pretty similar lives socially to the woman. We go to the same church and are sending our son to the same school by chance. The house comes with an original vacuum system. I've been vacuuming every morning, learned from neighbors that she did the same. So I assumed if there was a spirit, it would be happy. Been seeing things out of the corner of my eyes often. I've had a door or two shut. I've also heard the washing machine running when it's not. Most noticeably, today our family crest came off the wall and was found very far away and adjacent to where it was hung with the nail still sturdy in the wall. The hook was still affixed to the back of the crest. It's never broken before either, and this time it's a piece broke off on soft linoleum flooring with a shag rug. I heard it fall, and it was just quite loud, really, like a slam. We've recently had some tension in our home due to drama with our in-laws, but we are genuinely quiet and happy people. Nothing too intense has happened in the house, no fighting or yelling. Just us being overall tense and stressed. I guess maybe she doesn't like that. What was I chased by? So this happened about 8 months ago. I was in Miller Park in Columbus, Ohio, a very small park. It's about 10 p.m. and my friend and I were sitting on the playground. About 20 or 30 feet from the playground is a small ravine that runs through the park. It has lots of trees around, so it's hard to see into. First, we heard a single scream for help coming from the ravine. It sounded like an adult man. His voice broke like he was in pain, but it cut off very abruptly at the end of the word. There was no second scream. My friend and I paused to look at each other before he turned to me and said, "We should run." We did. Once I got off the playground equipment, I heard footsteps coming from the ravine. As I was running behind my friend, I heard footsteps chasing me very close behind. My friend said that she heard them too, my footsteps and another pair. I kept looking back and I saw nothing, even though it sounded very close. My friend got very far ahead because of my asthma, so she turned around to wait for me. Got to my car, called the police because we were worried it was like sex trafficking tactic or someone was in trouble. But the more we talked about it later that night, the stranger it seemed. When I heard the scream, I listened for a sound of struggle since it cut off so suddenly. There's lots of dry branches and a river in the ravine, and I heard no twigs snapping or water splashing. And the scream was very clear and close by. So why wouldn't they call out again? There was a street lamp, so I should have seen it while I looked back and I was running. I still heard the footsteps very clearly when my friend was waiting for me. She said she saw nothing behind me. That ravine has always given my friends and I a very unsettling feeling. I'm wondering what it could have been, and why it stopped chasing me after I left the playground barrier, and why it didn't catch me because I was very slow. And why a supernatural creature would be in a small park surrounded by houses? Fair question. Haunted by lights. This was when I was around 4, so I'm not mad if everybody explains it by typical toddler imagination. But I don't think that's what it was. I myself am a believer, yet skeptical, so I thought of many different explanations. Can't shake the feeling that what I saw that night was real. Now, to the event that took place. Like I said, I was very young at the time, but already had my own room and bed. My mom tugged me in as usual. I'm sure they meant tucked, not tugged. It was also already dark outside with the sun completely gone. Anyways, I can't remember if I couldn't sleep or woke up, but at some point during the night I woke up to turn around. I always slept facing the wall directly next to my bed, so The rest of my room was facing my back. I turned around to get a view over in my room when I saw a light on my wall. It was bright, warm white and shaped like an eye. Perfectly eye-shaped, as if somebody drew it onto the wall. There's no pupil and iris, just a glowing eye shape. Young me didn't think anything of it and just watched it, so I noticed that it would blink. The light would vanish for a second and then come back periodically, just like a normal person blinking. It wasn't me blinking, because I could still see the room normally. I got scared and ran to my mom and woke her up. She, too, saw the eye. Turned on the ceiling light, which made the eye disappear. Obviously, because now the whole room was bright. We started searching for a source of the weird eye-shaped light, but couldn't find anything. I forgot to mention that at the time, we lived in an apartment complex on the 6th floor, so there's no way somebody in front of the window could have caused it. When we couldn't find anything that could cause the eye to appear, and eventually my mom turned the light back off and told me to just, face the wall and try to sleep, since my eye was still there. At some point, it just disappeared, and I've never seen such a thing again. I asked my mom about the incident. She doesn't seem to remember. Sometimes she just tells me it must have been a dream. I do have vivid dreams, but never one that felt so real. I also try to look up if anybody else has ever experienced something like it. No results so far. Does anybody here have an idea, an explanation, or a similar thing? I'm in my 20s now, and it still bothers me a lot because I just can't figure out what it might have been. I've had other strange things happen, especially involving light. Something just pretended to be me. This was my bedroom. My mom's in the living room with the lights off. This happened around 8:30 p.m. It's now past 10. My mom heard quote-unquote me come down the hallway into the kitchen. She asked if I was okay, and she apparently heard a mumbling, sort of a noise back. It was in my voice. She said that she didn't know what I said, and after that, the kitchen lit up as if I was using my phone flashlight to find something. Then it was just gone. After that, she texted me and asked if I'd been out in the living room. Got up, left my room to talk to her, and tell her that I hadn't. I'd been in my room working on a project for the last few hours. So now we're both freaked out. She kept asking if I was messing with her, and I swore I wasn't. We've been experiencing a few things here and there, like strange noises and things moving around. My dad also had a few of his own experiences. I think one was also about me, so whatever it is, it keeps impersonating me. I'm not sure if it's entirely related, but for the past year or so I've been feeling this very off energy around me. I've been able to see ghosts. I've been able to feel them, their energies and all this. But this one is just off. The only way I can describe it is just wrong. It's very inconsistent from when it shows up. Sometimes it's gone for a week and comes back, or it's every other day. I also really only feel it in my room, and sometimes elsewhere in the house. It's usually at night. Not sure if they're related, and if they are, I'm not really sure how to get rid of this thing. Any advice? I don't believe in Christianity or anything, so I wouldn't feel comfortable getting the house blessed or anything. Even if you're uncomfortable, why not give it a shot? Old experience, but still scary. I came across a video that wanted people to comment their scariest paranormal experience. The one that came to my mind was from when I was about 6 or 7, I think. My mom, sister, and I were spending the night at my Nana's. We were all sleeping in the living room. My sister was on a rollaway bed, Mom's on a big couch, and I was on a love seat across from my mom. The big couch was sort of right in front of the hallway to the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom. I woke up in the middle of the night to my mom raised up, leaning on her arm, looking down the hallway. I asked her what she was doing. No response. She didn't even look at me. I said Mom a few times until she just turned to look at me, but it really wasn't my mom. Whatever or whoever looked at me It had glowing red eyes. They just stared at me until I finally pulled my blanket over my head and went back to sleep. I asked my mom the next morning why she was looking down the hallway last night. She said that she didn't. I didn't mention the glowing eyes to her because I was still scared. But when she had no memory of looking down the hall, it made me really nervous for some reason. Even now, 20 plus years later, I can still picture the exact scene in my head. That wasn't the only paranormal experience I had in the house or even on that land. We shared about 7 acres with my Nana. After a really, really bad flood, I found a headstone next to my Nana's house. The experiences with my mom was around the same time I found it. But I know it wasn't who the gravestone belonged to, because I saw the ghost of the little girl just found her headstone. She was born in the 1800s. Can't remember the year that she was born, but she died in 1899. Her name was Elizabeth. So I'm wondering if the flood could have stirred something evil up, since it stirred up her headstone. Not all the spirits are bad. There's Elizabeth and my pawpaw, who not only passed in the house, unexpected heart attack before he was going to use the bathroom. We also spread his ashes in the land like he had asked. One of them saved me from falling down the stairs when I was about maybe 16. I even had scratches from where I was grabbed. No pictures, unfortunately. Did have one, but it was a long time ago. No one had lived in my Nana's house prior to them. They built it in 1965, so besides my pawpaw, any spirit, came with the land. I think a mimic is trying to trick me. Over the last year, my sister and I have been experiencing some strange things. Nothing malevolent or dangerous, but just odd stuff. Sometimes we think we hear our parents' voices from other rooms, only to find out that they aren't in the room or even in the house at all. Sometimes we think we hear odd, high-pitched whistling noises. It seems to be worse in autumn, but it does seem to happen in summer too. Like I said, we've not experienced anything truly malevolent or dangerous, but it's unsettling enough to not really feel like it's something we can ignore. Anyway, I don't really know much about mimics or paranormal, entities that mimic voices. I was just wondering if anyone with more knowledge on this stuff had anything to say. Thanks in advance. I really love this place. Unexplained shadow person in front of me. Maybe somebody had a similar experience in the past. I live in a country in Eastern Europe. When I was about 15 years old, I was a smoker. And always had to hide from, patents or parents or relatives when I wanted to smoke one. They didn't approve. I lived in an apartment building maybe 10 or 15 feet from the medieval historic fortress, which was built during the Hungarian king Ladislaus I, 1077 to 1095, if I'm saying that right. The fortress is the city's emblematic symbol and a historical masterpiece. So as usual in the evening around 6 or 7 p.m. summertime, I would enter the fortress yard, climb a very small hill and sit on the ground enjoying my tobacco. One evening as I went to have a smoke in this place, I see from far away a person entering the fortress yard. This isn't unusual. A lot of people visit the fortress. I didn't mind. And P.S. there's nobody else there at the time in the fortress yard besides me and the person who just entered. I continued to smoke and watch this tall person as he's slowly walking in my direction. He's wearing all black clothes and a black hat. I think to myself that this person is a little bit strange looking. But again, I don't mind. I was just there enjoying nature and my smoke. The creepy part that gives me chills to this day is this. So this person was slowly walking toward me and didn't change direction. This is about maybe a 3-minute walk from the entrance to the place where I was sitting. And as he got closer, I could see that this thing or person had no face, no eyes, no face profile. It was all black. It looked like a complete black shadow shaped like a human. I completely froze, and I think to myself, it must be crazy, or maybe I'm not seeing well. But this thing kept getting closer to me. When it got in front of me, it literally entered the ground. Yes, it entered the ground like a shadow. In 1 second, it disappeared. I was so fucking scared, I almost fainted. I was so scared to even get up and run to the exit on the same path as this thing. I tried calling several of my friends so I could talk to somebody, not feel alone as I'm exiting the yard, and all of them had their phone dead or without service. It was all very strange. I tried calling 7 people, and all 7 were out of reach. Had no signal, or the phone was dead. I finally find the courage to get up and run as fast as I could while trying to phone people and not looking back. The second I exit the yard, I could call all my friends as they all had service and signal again. I want to mention that my phone had full service and signal the entire time. This was the last time I went to the fortress. I'm 26 now. I still can't figure out just what the hell was that thing. Never encountered something like that since. It only happened once in my life. Do you guys have any ideas what that could have been? Did I see a ghost today? Today was a relatively normal day for me. Parked my car before 10 in a full underground parking lot. Went to meet my friend at a coffee shop. I was going to walk back outside through the entrance or exit for cars, but I found the stairway to upstairs and decided to take the stairs instead. I've had experiences with ghosts before. I've had experiences with homeless people who weren't entirely mentally present. The defining factor was how my body reacts between the two. With my more frightening spiritual experiences, my body gets cold. All my hair stands, and I suddenly feel intense fear and a gut instinct that screams at me to run before I can think anything. My reaction to the latter have been some nervousness, mainly calm. Some might even say that's the opposite of nervousness. If somebody's caught me off guard, I'll flinch, but I recover quickly. Growing up downtown and working in a hospital where I see all types of people, I can quickly gauge or estimate what type of state a person is in front of me. As soon as I entered the stairway door, immediately on the stairs next to me, I see somebody hunched over on the stairs, knees and hands on the steps. Honestly, I thought it may have been a homeless person or maybe a mentally ill person, perhaps like having a moment. So I almost turned around to leave. I stopped and looked a second longer. She seemed normal. It was a woman wearing a white summer dress. It was clean and she had dark hair that was long and covered her face. And I thought, okay, she seemed like an ordinary lady. Maybe they just fell on the steps, but she wasn't really, trying to get up. She just stayed in that position. It looked like she was moving to get up, but she wasn't actually getting up. Just kind of swaying very slightly back and forth. Knees and hands on the steps, like a crawling stance. Personally, to me, that's a very uncomfortable position. And I truly believe any normal person would at least roll over and sit and take a moment or lie in the steps. Especially if you just want to process your fall like that. Everything was somewhat, normal until I asked her, "Are you alright?" And suddenly in that exact moment, this cold, intense shock of fear struck through my whole body, telling me to run. She responded in the most eerie, grotesque hiss. "Yes!" She slowly turned her head, but kept it facing down. Hell no, I turned around, bolted through those doors, and I sprinted outside of that coffee shop. Nothing has sent me like that. What's happening to me? About a month ago, I started hearing a weird sound in my bedroom. I have it on video, but I don't know how to add a recording to this post. Maybe somebody could help me. But it's basically a really loud, digital-sounding lullaby or children's song. similar to what would be played by like an ice cream truck or a kid's toy. For about a week, I kept hearing the sound at random times throughout the day, always come from my bedroom, play for maybe 30 seconds. I kept trying to track it down, but the sound seemed to be coming from every direction. I searched very thoroughly, and I couldn't find anything in my room that would make a sound like that. And by the way, while I was in the middle of telling my mom about it, it started playing upstairs, and we both heard it. I was pretty freaked out just because of how creepy the situation was, but realistically, just thought it was probably an old toy. Maybe it's just something else hidden in my room. Eventually, the sound stopped occurring, and I forgot about it. Last night, I'm at my friend's house with a few people watching Love Island when all of a sudden the sound started playing. I hadn't heard it for a few weeks until yesterday. I started freaking out when my friends knew about the weird sounds I was hearing. We all went looking for the source. Couldn't find it anywhere. Both agreed it sounded like it was coming from everywhere. Now I'm honestly terrified. The only item in common between my room and my friend's house last night was my purse. Emptied it out, and there's absolutely nothing in there capable of making it sound like that. There's just no explanation I can think about, like how this could have happened. If anybody has had a similar situation or knows what might be going on, please let me know. If I start hearing the sound in my room again, I'm actually going to flip. Is my cat protecting me from ghost? I'm a 29-year-old female, and since as long as I can remember, I can feel spirits. I have and will always fight my, gift. I see it's the worst thing that can happen to me. I'm sensitive to spirits or ghost. Honestly, this whole thing's always scared the shit out of me. I have no interest in developing my quote-unquote gift. The best way I can describe it is energy. Living and dead, but the dead stronger. I can feel how many spirits, negative or positive. Sometimes I can tell you how someone died. To me, it's like walking to a library and all these books want to open themselves to me and I have to force them closed. The first ghost I saw was in my old aunt's house. Must have been around 7. Walked right past me into the bathroom. I was scared. Couldn't believe it. There's tons of situations I can mention, so I'm only going to name about a few of them. I think it got worse around when I was in high school. I volunteered at a hospital trying to build a good resume for scholarships. I would talk to a patient or read them books, get them water, little things. Once I walked past her room and I felt it. The energy was so strong. I knew the person there was passing. Remember the nurse pushing me aside because the patient was coding. The only thing I could say is, it's too late, they're already gone. They passed. But since that day, more and more ghosts followed me. It's as if they realized I could sense them. Some of them would touch me, pull my hair, some of them would close doors on me. There's 2 energies, ghosts, sorry, I call them energies, that would walk and make noise in the attic. We have a 1-story home. Anything to get my attention, I ignored every single one of them. I'd cry myself to sleep because I thought I was going insane. I just kept getting worse one time when I came home from school and the radio was on. But it was odd because nobody was home. I would find out the radio wasn't plugged in and didn't even have batteries. That time I did say out loud, "Stop, leave me alone, I will not help you." Someone listened, some didn't. Another huge event was my aunt was murdered. I felt her pass. I saw her at the funeral. She was there and my cousin, her son, told the family what happened. She was here for about 6 months to a year after her passing. She knew I could see her. At first, she was so overwhelmed and in panic, and I didn't know how to help her. I would just talk to her. It's funny because now she knows I don't want any part of this ghost feeling energy stuff. I smell French vanilla, which happens to be her favorite, not mine. I know it's her. She's gone. She's passed. but she checks up wanting information on her children, which brings me to my point. Never been a cat person until 2 years ago. I got my cat Poppy. I lived on my own, and yeah, I can still feel spirits, but since Poppy's been in my life, it's like she controls who can come into my house ghost-wise. She started looking and chasing at walls. She'll always stay by my head if it's in, well, almost like it's in constant protector mode. For the first time in my life, I can breathe, not scared. I can feel Poppy's energy even when I'm not home. However, if I spend more than 2 days away from Poppy, I start to feel the energies again. Am I crazy? Can someone explain this? Poppy seems like good people to me. Too many coincidences throughout my life. These 2 events I'm about to tell could just be coincidences, of course. But they, along with many other minor things, always bothered me. It's because they were too specific to be just a coincidence. And I can't think of an earthly explanation for them besides this. Some years ago on the internet was something distant. I woke up too early one day. Couldn't sleep anymore. At that time, there were these educational courses on TV that I watched rarely. They were played in a random order. Before every episode, somebody would say what course, what it was, and the number of the episode. Something like Mathematics, Class 47, or History, Class 58. There's an episode still running when I turned on the TV, and as I had nothing else to do, I decided to watch it. It finished another class of a different course was about to begin. I know it was a different one because the intro animation was about math, but the previous episode was about something else. I said just out of boredom that it was going to be the 47th episode. When the intro finished, the teacher said it was the 47th. It entertained me. I thought it was just a funny coincidence. But when the next class came, I said another number again, 58. And it too was correct, but this time when the teacher said it, I got the shivers all over my body. It felt really weird. The second one happened at school. I was in my last year of high school, and there was this new teacher that we all liked because he was funny and entertaining. I'm going to call him E. And I'm going to call him Ed. During another class with another teacher, I'm going to call him L. And I'm going to call him Larry. We already knew and liked for many years, and we were just chatting, students and teacher. And Larry was telling some of his stories. He began to tell something that one friend told to him. His friend was teaching in another school. He didn't care to mark every student that was present, and by the end of the year came, got in trouble because the student that died a whole semester before was marked as present through the whole year. Then he proceeded to tell other stuff. I don't know how, but when he told that, the only thing I could think of is that it must have been Ed who did it. I was so sure. It felt like it was the absolute truth. There wasn't anything to back this up. I'd never seen the 2 of them interacting before this. When the class ended, I gathered my friends and just told them. Guys, I think that teacher who Larry told us, I think he told us about his head. They asked me why, and I didn't know what to answer. They kind of got mad telling me that made no sense at all. The argument kind of got long until Ed came to just began the class, and the classmates started talking to him about this, but no one could explain it properly. So I told Ed the story about the dead girl. Just because at that point my friends made me feel like I was being silly for thinking that. But Ed listened to it silently and seriously. And when I finished telling him, he just said, sort of a kind of angry tone, I know that story. This teacher was I. I could tell he was mad because the other teacher, well, guess they didn't get along so well, and the other teacher told the other teacher about this, and then told us. My friends kept being mad at me, asking how I knew it, telling me that it didn't make sense to just know it out of nowhere. The Little Girl in the Wicker Chair. This is one of my mom's many creepy paranormal encounters that creeps me out to this day. When I was little, we rented the top floor of a house. Another family rented the bottom half. My mom told me that she woke up one night to grab a drink from the kitchen. She was walking out of her room and glanced into the living room. Diagonal to her, she froze when she saw a little girl, about 10 years old. She was wearing an older style nightgown and she was sitting in a large wicker chair. How she described it is the part that really freaked me out the most. She said the girl had a flat expression. She was looking straight ahead, but only had her eyes looking at my mom. So her eyes were strained to stare at my mom in that angle. It scared her because it almost came off as if she was disturbing her and the girl was clearly not happy. Needless to say, my mom turned around, went right back into her room and had minimal sleep. I do want to make a note that my mom had come back from a surgery the day prior. I'm basically on painkillers, so who really knows? The only thing is that after this happened, my mom told the downstairs neighbor what she saw. The neighbor told her that in the house around the 60s, a little girl had fallen out of the second-story window where the living room was. That's where she saw the girl. Cracked her head open and sadly passed away. They could have possibly been pulling her leg. Kind of sick thing to make up if they were bullshitting her. Yeah. Never found anything on it, and when I tried to research it, other stuff did happen in that house. I remember always being scared that there's this dangling on my stomach out of the attic window. What? My mom yanked me in and started yelling out of fear. Probably not related, but who knows? Certainly not I. Rubber ball. A few years ago, when I was a young adult, I had a strange experience at my cousin's house. We were outside near an old metal gate of his house, playing with rackets and a beach tennis ball. You know, those rubber ones that barely bounce. The gate is massive and rarely opened. Usually you enter the house through a small door and an adjacent path. This path leads through 2 gardens to the entrance of the house. That's on the first floor after a small set of stairs. That day the whole family was inside upstairs. Nobody was outside. So we were playing, hitting the ball back and forth when one of us hit it a bit too hard. The ball flew over the gate and landed in the tall grass on the other side. Found ourselves facing a dilemma. Who was going to walk around, take a small door, and cross the garden to retrieve the ball? We were debating this, still standing near the big gate, when suddenly, the ball came back on its own. It was as if somebody had thrown it back over the gate. Well, surprised, I looked at my cousin and asked, "What the heck? Why did the ball come back?" He nervously laughed and said, "I don't know, but the last time I was here and threw some geranium flowers over the gate, they kept coming back too." That's when I said, "All right, let's get inside right now." We quickly went inside and asked the family members who were quietly having tea upstairs. We asked if anybody had gone down to the garden. Of course, nobody had. To this day, this story remains a complete mystery to me. The ball was rubber and it couldn't have bounced on its own in that tall grass. And yet it took enough time to come back that we had time to approach the gate, discuss who would go get it, and convince ourselves that no one was there. Growing up in a haunted house. From my earliest memory up to the age of 20, my family and I lived in a house that we swear is haunted. My sisters and I all have stories about encountering ghosts. I'm sure that our parents had such stories too, but sadly they're no longer with us to share them. Figured that I would at least share some of mine. Story 1. 3 Ghosts in the Window. This happened when I was pretty young. I think maybe 8, if I had to guess. I was downstairs in the basement playing with my Hot Wheels in the rec room. The first thing to know about that basement is every time I would walk down the stairs, I would always get this eerie feeling that I was being watched. I'm not the only one who feels that way. My sister and later my eldest nephew, we all noticed it. Anyway, this particular day, it was late afternoon, early evening in the summer. The sun was low in the sky, sunlight streamed in through the basement windows. That looks out to the backyard. As I was playing, deliberately sitting on the patch of sunlight, just hitting the floor, I noticed the shadow of what I assumed was 3 people walking past the basement window. Being a curious child, I wondered who was in her backyard. Got up, went over to the basement door, which leads to the carport. Went into the backyard to take a look. My backyard was empty. Backyard's quite large, too. There's absolutely no way that anybody walked at a regular pace. Which those 3 shadows were. They weren't in a hurry. They couldn't walk all the way over to the opposite side of the house before I could get outside to see them. Even if they had started running right after passing the window or they had cast a shadow, I at least would have been able to see them just as they turned the corner. Creeped me the hell out. Story 2. The Squeaky Floor. This happened to me when I was about 12 to 13. First, I need to explain the house I grew up in. Floors on the main level squeaked terribly. Practically every square inch of the floor made a squeaking, creaking, or groaning sound when stepped on. What's more is, each area of the floor made a very distinct sound when stepped on. You could tell exactly where somebody was inside the house by the sound the floor made. Anyway, I was home alone this particular evening. I was sitting in the lazy boy armchair in the living room with one of the leaves on the dining room table across the armrest, using it as sort of a table to do my homework. As I was working, I heard the sound of somebody coming out of my parents' bedroom and began walking down the hall towards me. I stopped what I was doing, turned around, and looked down the hall to see who was there. The hallway was empty. The moment I turned to look down the hall, the sound stopped. I shrugged it off, went back to work. That's when minutes later the floor started squeaking again. Whatever was making the sound got right in front of the bathroom door. I turned to look again, the sound stopped. I sat there staring silently, daring the entity to continue making noise while I watched. Not a sound came down the hall. So I went back to doing my homework. A few minutes later, the squeaking began again. Waited for the sounds to reach the top of the stairs right in front of the kitchen door, and I turned around and stared again. Once again, the sound stopped. Turned back to my homework. A moment later, I heard the floor squeaking their way into the kitchen. It was at that point that I said, screw it. Set my homework aside, turned on the TV, and started watching Guns of Paradise, starring Lee Horsley. Story 3. Tea Time. This is a relatively short story, but a pretty creepy one. I like drinking tea. I drink a lot of tea. I far prefer drinking tea over drinking coffee. But anyway, one cold winter day I was sitting at home enjoying a cup of Earl Grey tea. I was watching the snow fall past the streetlights from the living room window. Suddenly I heard a really loud bang in the kitchen, as though somebody had slammed the cupboard door really hard. I jumped, spilled tea on my shirt. I got up, went into the kitchen to see what the racket was. The cupboard doors where we kept the coffee mugs and dishes were sitting partially open, as if somebody had slammed them really hard and they bounced back open. Here's the thing though. When I'd fixed my cup of tea, I'd left the cupboard doors closed. What's more, all of the windows in the kitchen were closed too. So the likelihood of it being the wind is virtually non-existent. The cupboard doors, they had opened themselves, slammed themselves shut with enough force to bounce back partially open, stay there. Creepy. Story 4. Just saying goodbye. This happened when I was 20. It was the night before I was moving away to go to my college. My mom, my best friend, and I were all standing around the living room just talking. Suddenly the TV turned on all by itself. It stayed on for maybe a minute, then shut itself off. I looked around and saw that the TV remote control was laying at the coffee table. Not even one of us was anywhere near close enough to have hit the power button. Deliberate or accidental. Just laughed and I said, "Well, I guess the ghost is saying goodbye in his own sort of way. I'll miss you too, Casper." I knew it was the ghost and not a glitch in the TV. The TV was too new to have glitches like that. Gotta tell you, doesn't matter if a TV is new. They can be brand new broken. I felt when my mom passed away. I live in the Caribbean. My parents live in Europe. Last March, my mom passed away. Stage 4 lung cancer. We're not religious, nor have I believed in some kind of higher power. The morning she passed, I woke up at 3 a.m., uneasy, nervous, trying to go back to sleep. I started playing with my phone, and around 6 a.m. I got up to get some coffee. While sitting in the darkened bed next to my husband, my phone rang. It was my sister. Before I picked up my phone, I knew she died. My dad found her at 11 a.m. The coroner told us that she passed at 8 a.m. in the morning. We had a 5-hour difference. I woke up the moment she died. Till this day, can't explain how, can't explain why. I'm in Europe now in her house. I was watching a series about mom with Alzheimer's. There's no implications that she was dying, and while I'm sitting watching TV, I remembered how a couple of months ago I used to fall asleep on this couch with her picture. I turned, looked into the kitchen, remembering her cooking, and thought about my therapist. She's telling me, "You still haven't mourned as you should." I go back to my series, and maybe 15 seconds, and I see the woman get up and check on her mom, and she died. Exactly the same way how my mom died. I keep getting these signals, or am I losing my mind? Coincidences? Has anybody experienced something like this? I wouldn't say it's losing your mind. The Ghost of 85B. This was more my dad's story than mine, but I think this needs to be shared. In August of '06, my family was stationed at Fort Riley in Kansas. We moved into this gorgeous duplex at the end of a horseshoe-shaped neighborhood. The house was built in the early 1900s and had an unfinished basement, with those sort of pole lights that only light up the small area around you. In the basement, there's also the smallest boot prints in the cement that look as if they belong to a child. Irrelevant, but still strange information. The house had the grand staircase that only went from the ground floor to the second floor, had a back staircase which went to all 4 floors. It was originally intended for servants. The ground floor held main living areas, and my brother and I were on the second. I snagged the master, which had its own doorbell. For a 6-year-old, this was awesome, but probably obnoxious, but probably pretty awesome. My parents stayed on the top floor, had an unfinished attic room that held pieces of original furniture. Babysitter once joked vampires lived in there. About a month after moving in, a woman knocked on the door, introduced herself as part of the Historical Society, asked for my family's permission for this home to be featured in the annual Halloween ghost tour, informing us that this is a usual stop. She let us know that this home was host to a spirit called the Buckskin Ghost, as he appears as a man in buckskin clothing. We informed her that we were new. We hadn't had any paranormal experiences. She asked how long we'd been there. My dad says, about a month, to which she replies, usually he shows himself by now. My dad politely declined to be on the tour. I think my parents either didn't believe or were scared. I don't blame him. We were still unpacking things at this point, mostly boxes that were in the garage, which were all attached to the back stairwell near the basement. Dad noticed a light in the garage was out and went to come change it. Completely normal thing. As my dad's reaching up to change the light, it comes back on. He makes sure it screws all the way and climbs down the ladder, puts it away. When he returns to the garage, the light's out. Confused, my dad fetched the ladder again. He returns, the light's back on, frustrated he moves the ladder out of the way. Light goes off. So, he sets up the ladder, climbs up, and he's reaching up to change the light and comes back on. My dad is beyond frustrated now and yells, "Stop fucking with me!" Light comes back on. Doesn't go out the entire time we lived there. This was our introduction to the next 10 months. Other odd things happened in the home, like the radio turning to a static station extremely loudly. Then there were rooms in the basement our dog wouldn't go into. Anytime anything would happen, we would refer to Bucky acting up. While we lived there, we learned more about the base's haunted history. We even purchased a book of the ghost stories, which included our home. This book also featured a story of a little girl who befriended a ghost and played dolls with them. When that family moved out, the girl left her doll in the house for her quote-unquote friend. Remember the original furniture that was in the attic? When I first moved in, looked at all the drawers, and in one of those drawers was that doll. One I didn't learn anything about until months later. I don't know what happened to the doll, but I only saw it once. For the most part, nothing too terrifying happened in the house, though. Well, at least that was until my dad stayed by himself. My dad was a night pilot, meaning he usually slept during the day. One day, he woke up by the sound of heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. My dad got up, opened the door, and asked if anybody was there. Immediately, the noise stops. My dad went to check the window overlooking the street to see if a service van was at the house. For those who haven't lived on a military base, they occasionally send people to the home to do things like change air filters, things like that. My dad didn't see anything, went back to bed. He was again woken up by the sounds of heavy footsteps on what he perceived as the second floor. My dad shot out of bed, went to the door, and as soon as he opened the door, the noises stopped. He yells again, "Is anyone there?" No response. As he goes and lays back down, my dad then hears items of furniture moving in the room opposite the wall in front of the bed. The one with the original, furniture items. He jumps out of bed and leaves the house without a second thought. It wasn't until he was at work later that I realized he was going to be back to home alone. Questioned what was in the home with him. I was 6 when all this went down, and for years we've talked about these experiences and others that have happened there. We continued to check for more stories online about this house. Others have also experienced a friendly but mischievous ghost affectionately called Bucky. I've had other strange experiences throughout my life, and I believe this house is what opened me up to them. I'm now dating a man who's a skeptic. While visiting my home in Florida, my dad told him his story. The light in the kitchen was flickering throughout his retelling, and jokingly my boyfriend yells, "Stop fucking with me." That's when it flickers off. The light immediately turned on and continued to stay on while we visited. Don't believe me? Look up Ghost of 85B Schofield Circle, Fort Riley, Kansas. Plenty of stories from the base that deserve to be heard, including this one. And I encourage those that have made it this far to do some additional research on this haunted military base. And if you live in this house, please let Bucky's story be told on the ghost tour. You heard him. The one and only true experience that I've had. I've always been the person that's skeptical and overall doesn't believe in paranormal things. There's always a reason behind everything, but I have absolutely no idea who or what I saw. So 3 years ago I moved into my new house. I'd just finished moving everything in my new room in the basement. I'd already arranged my room. My mom also came down and set up hanging lights as a path for me to get into my room in the dark because the lights in the basement didn't work. And keep in mind, my room is quite big. It has no door frame for the entrance to my room, so you're sort of just able to see the basement and a bit of the stairs. I'm always able to hear when somebody's walking down the basement stairs. Anyway, I was just having a regular day like any other. I decided to start playing Shadow of War on my console after arranging my room. I had my setup on the left of the doorway. My headset was on and I was pretty focused on the game when suddenly out of nowhere, I had a feeling that someone was watching me. In my far peripheral vision in the corner of my eye, I could see someone peering in at me from the doorway with half their body leaned through, almost like it didn't want me to see it, and I could tell it didn't know that I was looking at it. But me being me, I thought it was just my little brother trying to sneak up on me like he always does. So I continued playing my game, making it look like I didn't know that he was there. Then suddenly I snapped my head in its direction as fast as I could. When I looked at it, it quickly moved backwards out of view. I was still sitting there waiting for my brother to come out and be like, "Ah, you got me." But I heard nothing. So I said in a playful tone, "I know you're there, I literally just saw you." Still heard nothing. I know he didn't run away because I didn't hear a single footstep on the stairs. I stood up from my chair and started stomping over the doorway. But before I could make it to the doorway, I heard a powerful gust of wind like somebody had just run past my room at full speed and said, "What the hell?" I quickly looked around outside my room and saw the light bulbs from the light on my path swinging like something had run past at full speed. I stood outside the door of my room confused because I didn't hear or see anyone run past when I stood up. The thing didn't even make a single sound, even when it moved out of the doorway. It didn't make any noise when it stepped out of my room. So I went upstairs to look for my little brother anyway. Saw that his room was empty and I said, "What?" Then I went to my mom and asked where my little brother is. She said that he went with his friends a little while ago, which baffled me because what had I just experienced? She said that nobody besides you went down there today, which made chills go down my spine because I literally saw what it looked like. Everything. It was nothing but a shadow, a cast of someone who used to be. Also, keep in mind this all happened in broad daylight. The sun was shining briefly through my windows. I still couldn't see a single feature that it had. I've never experienced anything paranormal in my life ever. I'm still questioning what I saw, and I need an explanation. I know that feeling. My encounter with something. Before encountering this thing, there is a succession of deaths. Started on 2020 in February. I lived in France. When I was at my friend's house, my grandmother, mother-related, died of pneumonia in a few days. I used to have 6 cats around me. My first pet passed away in 2021, January. Aggressive form of colon cancer. When detected by the veterinarian, she decided to remove the part, sending the part back for analysis. 2 days later, came back as the same level, and we had no choice at this point. Not even having the time to analyze the type of cancer. I'm going to shorten the details because it'd make a big post otherwise. Just want to warn that for any loss, I did everything with the veterinarian and I'm not looking at the cost to prevent them to die. My second pet died in 2021 in August. The vet found nothing. She was fine except she didn't want to eat anymore. In November in 2021, I learned my second grandmother has left due to cancer from the lungs, going to the brain. I was going each month to the vet during this time because another cat had a sort of virus in the mouth, found out she had kidney atrophies too. She passed away in March 2022. I had a few months after that until I discovered a breast cancer on my 4th pet the same year. I made this encounter in my bedroom before she also passed away too. That's in March 2023. During these years, I tried to stay alright because I had to keep going, but I was deeply saddened and powerless. Before my last cat died, her lungs were hit by cancer through her breast and had difficulties to breathe. I used to hold her on my chest in a way that she could breathe and sleep. I knew the vet couldn't change what will come. In a last hope, at night in my bedroom, I asked anything or anyone for help. My request was sincere and reasonable, and wanted just a few more weeks with her, and that she won't suffer. Something in the corner of the room appeared. It was tall and darker than the shadows. I didn't dare look directly at it, but from my left vision I could see it clearly. I had the feeling it was already there when I started to talk. It answered me with a heavy voice. His language was strange, and I couldn't link it to anything. Its phonetic had no vowels at all. It seemed impossible to speak to me, yet my mind made it like it said, "Heal the trees." It then vanished, and a kind of strong feeling of serenity dropped in the air, and I felt better, and my cat slept the rest of the night without me even coughing. Or rather, without the cat coughing. I kept in mind this experience, but I couldn't believe it. Also never paid attention to trees or how to take care of it. My cat couldn't deal with the cancer anymore. Died 3 weeks after this experience. The same strong serenity feeling came at the very end. Thought it was over, but my last 2 cats started the same severe ovary infections 5 days later. To me, it was clear something was not normal. A curse or something, I don't know. My house was clean, only vet and water from bottles, and food was clean with a pet-friendly soap. It pushed me to take this advice to heal the trees very seriously. And while I was watching all my trees, I figured out my old apple tree died. Haven't paid attention at all. Decided to cut it down and apply a product on my hornbeam. It was because of a hole that was weakening it. Things changed a lot after I'd done this. My last cat survived, and for months after all this, I tried to understand what was going on and what or who it was that night. I'm not sure I wasn't confused or not sleepy, until I heard a feminine voice behind me shudder, like an insisting whisper. I may be wrong, but I think she gave me her name, and the name of what I saw was called Kronos. And there's one other thing I experienced. July 2023, I added cameras. So during this summer, the camera at the back was showing my garden, but it wasn't totally the same state. Thought it was a bug from the camera and I didn't pay attention. I just showed it to my sister and father, who saw the same thing. Garden turned wild. Vegetation was taking over the wall of the house. Watched it and ignored it, thinking the very next day this bug will come back again. But it didn't. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the supernatural is always just a click away. Hit subscribe and activate notifications to stay updated with our latest chilling stories. Get ready for a spine-tingling experience. A haunting on the Padma River Island. Both my parents were living in Canada when COVID happened. I was 19 in high school and living with my maternal grandparents, mostly to take care of them. When COVID became big in April 2020 and all the schools and colleges were closed, we moved away from the city to avoid the possibility of them becoming, infected. The house that we moved to was situated on a river island in the middle of the Padma River. And when I say that it was isolated, I mean it was isolated. The river was shaped like a boomerang. Its northwest arm was about 4 miles long, older. It was about 30 years above water level. That was the part that we lived in. That portion had other inhabitants and a few trees. There was a village, about 50 people at least, 3 miles to the north. Everyone in that village had boats because the island was pretty much underwater, a lot of monsoons. They lived on the boats, but all the trees, it was all small shrubbery, some occasional bamboo groves, occasionally 5 tall palm trees visible across the whole island. Most of that whole side of the island there, it's covered in grass, It's at least as tall as I was at that time. The southern side of the island was 2 miles long. It was new. It was mostly still exposed white sand. It had barely been there for about a year. Nobody lived there. The house we were moving into was an old tin shed house built on tall stilts. It was built in 2013. It was 1 story, and despite requiring significant renovation when we moved in, its layout was modern. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 to the south, sharing a long balcony, and 1 on the east with a large window. One of the southward and the east ones had attached bathrooms. They were connected to a common dining space that had a kitchen, common bathroom, and a window to the north. The door and the patio were to the west. All the doors were made of steel. I took the eastern room, and my grandparents settled in the southern room with the attached bathroom. When we moved in, we had people redo the paint job for us. Bought a small generator for electricity. So, my grandfather had suffered a stroke in 2018, had diminished strength on the left side of his body. He could walk, take baths, and use the toilet himself, but he needed help getting dressed and somebody to hold his hand when outdoors. He also showed some early signs of dementia. My grandmother's feet would swell up painfully if she walked too much. We also got a housekeeper. That was because as soon as the schools would open, my high school graduation exams were supposed to start. I needed to study and prepare for that. She was a young, mid-20s woman from a small village to the north. Her husband left for the city, and then stopped picking up her calls. She had no formal education beyond 5th grade and needed money to support herself. Whatever supernatural forces had been attached to this scene, this whole place, they seemed to be targeting her. She faced the most violent and mentally degrading of the supernatural phenomena that happened in the house. She told me about it because we got along quite well, being close in age. I'll try my best to remember them all and convey them, but know that a lot more happened with her than I can really divulge here. The first incident actually happened when we first moved in. My grandparents were already asleep in their bed. They went to bed around 9 p.m. The housekeeper hadn't arrived yet. I was struggling to fall asleep in a new place. Around 1 a.m. I heard some noise coming from below. It sounded like somebody was hitting the stilts with sticks. My first thought was, well, maybe they just brought a lot of new furniture. Maybe they were loading into the house. This is maybe just the house settling into that new load. But the sound was regular. It was very clearly sounding like something being hit over and over again. I started to wonder if the structure was starting to collapse. Took a flashlight and went outside to check. By the time I walked down the stairs, the sound stopped. When I shone the flashlight under the house, there was nothing there. Afterwards, when our housekeeper arrived at the house in the middle of May, studying in my room, my grandparents had gone to sleep. Around 11 p.m., I saw someone or something dark standing in the dining space. Not sensibly. My first thought was that it's maybe a new housekeeper, something like that. But this was almost as tall as the ceiling. It was as broad as a door. The housekeeper was 5'0", very skinny. When I realized this and looked back at it, I saw it moving fast toward the window, loudly tipping over a chair in its way. The window has bars, by the way, so it wouldn't be able to simply just jump out. I ran into the dining room, turned on the light, but there was nothing there. Housekeeper came out of her room to check, but I told her I accidentally tipped it. It didn't scare her away on the first night. I still regret saying that to her. After that, things started happening around the house. I'd sometimes see shadow people out of the corner of my eyes. Strange noises like people talking outside with words I didn't understand. But when I check, nobody's ever there. I'd hear my name being called from outside nearly every night. Something would touch me when I'm studying or trying to sleep. Sometimes our generator would randomly shut down. It was probably just a mechanical failure. There's nothing being thrown around, but the presence seemed to do way more aggressive things to our housekeepers. she'd hear the voices provoking her with insults about her situation, like her inability to bear children. Her food would get covered in ants if she left it alone for even 5 minutes, especially like the rest of the house didn't even have an ant. Sometimes she'd feel as if something pierced her skin, only to find the spot in her skin hot and red, as if she'd been scratching there. There might be insect bites, but in context, I'm inclined to believe that they're not. Sorry to interrupt, but you just mentioned the ants. And where I am, there's only fire ants, so... Sorry. One time she got locked into her room from the outside. After that, she didn't really feel safe in her room at night. She tried to spend some time elsewhere around the house. She couldn't quit because apparently she had nowhere else to go. After her husband left, a bunch of men from the village forced her out of her house and took it for themselves, stating that a childless young woman without a husband to accompany her would create chaos in the community. That's dumb. Nearly nothing happened with my grandparents. My grandma was quite pious. She insisted faith Allah kept them safe, kept really bad things from happening. Seemed to only be working for her and Grandpa. When monsoon came in July, the river island flooded completely. Water rose to the 5th step leading up to the house. Their house was completely surrounded from all sides by rushing water. My grandparents bought a motorboat for commune. I was the only one who used it. It was because the housekeeper stayed home in case of emergency. One evening at about 6 p.m., I was bringing groceries and petrol from the generator by the motorboat. That's when some vegetables dropped by the boat, or rather from the boat. I leaned over the water to pick it up and I heard a splash. I felt that something had climbed onto the boat. I was going to turn to look, but I was hit with an intense feeling of wrongness. I slowly turned my head, and out of my periphery I saw that something black in coloration was sitting on the other end of the boat from me. In this case, 12 or so feet away from me. Kept my eyes down, avoiding eye contact, waited for it to vanish. It didn't. Couldn't see it, but I had the distinct feeling that it was looking at me. After a while, I reached out, turned on the motor of the boat, hoping, but just didn't. I managed to steer the boat to the house all the while not looking at it and jumped into the water 15 or so feet from the stairs. When I got onto the stairs and looked back, it was gone. I wound up dragging the motorboat back in and took the groceries and petrol. That night something banged on my window. Shouldn't have been possible because it was open water on the other side. The window's at least 6 feet above the water level. One night around midnight of September of 2020, I found the housekeeper's room door was open. I went in to chat and she wasn't there. Looked around for her in the house, but found the front door open instead. When I came out, I found that there was a clear trail of flattened grass. It was as if something heavy, like an elephant or buffalo, went through there. There's no way that her tiny housekeeper flattened that much grass while moving, and she certainly didn't look like an elephant or a buffalo. I followed it anyway and came to the newer southern side of the river island about 200 yards away from the house. There I found that her housekeeper was walking off into the white sand, seemingly sleepwalking. I got to her, shook her to wake her up. When she did, she started crying, saying that she won't go back to the house. She'd walked out in clothes that she'd slept in, folded up like, doti lungi. Don't know how to say that exactly, but it's like a blouse. September in Bangladesh isn't really conducive to sleeping with a lot of clothes on, especially in a tin shed house. And for modesty's sake, she came back. But she laid on the floor of the room that day and got up and went back to her own room before my grandparents woke up at dawn. The next day, while she was doing her usual chores again, no talk of leaving the house. Winter came along and it got even more intense. Nearly every time I looked outside, I saw figures in the fog standing around the house. Every night I went to sleep, I could feel something standing to my bed, and it's just hot and humid with its breath on me. There would be hot spots all over the house, even in the winter. They'd move around, and sometimes when I'm cocooned up in my blanket, something would tug the blanket down a bit to expose my face. Sometimes I'd hear very loud and clear conversation in a language I didn't even recognize inside the room. Once I saw a disembodied hand resting on my desk, which vanished as I approached it. In December, I was going from the house to a nearby village on bicycle. Around 10 or 11 in the morning, and halfway there, the bicycle suddenly got really heavy. It started shaking as if I'm riding over uneven rocks. Keep in mind that, well, river islands don't usually have any sort of rocks on them. I was riding a Hero Classic bicycle. It's not much in the bicycle frame could cause that either. I eventually fell down after a while. Things got even worse for her housekeeper. She'd often experience sleep paralysis and feel something groping her. When working around the house, she'd usually wear a sari. Her sari would be tugged loose as she's working around the house and led to pretty embarrassing moments. She'd wake up in the morning to find all the clothing in her possession inexplicably wet in the middle of winter. Sometimes she'd be locked in the bathroom from the outside. When she went in, Sometimes she'd be locked in the bathroom from the outside when she went in, apparently. There was an incident where she was cutting fish. That's when she started to feel numb and she was unable to move. She almost fell onto the body, or a knife, I don't know how to say that. She did a lot of things to avoid being a victim of these forces, like bathing outside in the river. But things seemed to follow her, and as soon as night fell, they'd torment her, whichever room that she might be in. Once she was bathing in the river, and a large black buffalo came to the bank and simply stared at her. When she tried to get up from the water, I'd charge her. Stood at that riverbank until around 9 p.m. before walking away. She was shaking from the cold when she came back that night. My grandma would constantly pray. It seemed to work for her and Grandpa. It even quieted things down momentarily for me. It didn't have any effect on her housekeeper. At one point, I think her housekeeper wasn't here for the shelter or money, but to simply spite whatever's in the house. In April of 2021, her housekeeper announced that she'd gotten a trail of her husband. That's a weird way to say that. So, she took her things and left. Things became much less aggressive after that. I'd see things from the corner of my eyes now and then. The occasional touch on the arm when I'm sitting on the table. Once heard something heavy and loudly fall on the floor. Dashed around thinking maybe my grandparents fell down. Nothing was amiss. I left that house 4 months after that. Never experienced paranormal things of that nature again. I did experience unexplainable things. I felt very different from whatever's in the house. Randomly saw the housekeeper again last year in November. We talked, and apparently the supernatural never followed her around. But her life has been on a downward spiral since then. Gave her some money before going on with my life. What do you think about this? The house had sat empty ever since my grandpa built it, so there's no history there. The land's also very new. Why would a spirit target a singular person brutally like that? I do not have the answer for that. And my comment is not very ghost-related. So we go to more ghost-related content. Next. Friendly Ghost. It seems I found the right place to share this. Last summer I had 2 different experiences by what I suspect to be the same entity. The first occurrence happened somewhere in June. I was laying on the couch and I'd just woken up from a nap. I was about to get up to go to the bathroom. Then the feeling of arms wrapping around me prevented me from getting up. A distinct male voice began whispering in my ear. Couldn't understand what the voice was saying because it sounded jumbled up like it was divided and trying to put itself together again. The only thing that came through was, "I love you. We'll be get together again in a year." I wasn't scared. I was trying to figure out the logistics of everything because this entity was embracing me from, where the back of the couch is. wondering how the hell it's even doing that. So I laid there until the urge to use the toilet outweighed trying to, logic a possible ghost. The second occurrence happened a month later. I was about to go to sleep and I was in bed facing the window. I was going back towards the main area of my room and I sleep on a queen-size air mattress. I sleep right in the middle on sort of a sweet spot. If you know, you know. Just as I dozed off, I felt the edge of my bed lower as though somebody was going, to get in next to me. That same male energy loomed over me, woke me up. Consequently irritating me too. I ended up telling it to go away because I was not in the mood. I don't really like being woken up from sleep. I hardly even get sleep. I haven't had an experience since then. I told my neighbor down the block what happened and she told me that she believed that her housing complex is haunted. It was built in 1959. She's had several experiences of her own. On a separate occasion, my next-door neighbor mentioned in passing that somebody died in the house before. Apparently that was before I moved in. I didn't tell him about what I encountered. I'm not sure what the ghost was trying to communicate to me. Maybe it was a residual haunting. I don't know. I didn't sense anything hostile. Occasionally, there's still a feeling of being watched, but it's not really creepy or scary. Meeting my fiance's grandmother in this world and on her way to the next. We had been dating for almost a year. He wanted me to meet his family, so we took a road trip. Austin to Tampa, and it was a pretty brutal drive. It was a good visit when I met his family as well as his very old nanny, his grandmother. She had fallen. She was missing an eye. She was very fragile when I met her. She was still very loving. We drove out there and drove back. About a week later, I had a dream. In my dream, I was at a big bonfire with a bunch of friends. They were dancing, having a good time, and an elderly woman walked up to me and asked to speak to me. I was raised to be polite to my elders. I listened to her. She asked me to come with her, and she took me to a large hall-like room. At one end of it, there was a magnificent, bathtub near a roaring fireplace. There were piles of towels and bath salts and oils, and she said that she was drawing me a bath. I was completely okay with this. She told me that she wanted me to take care of her grandson for her, and I had no idea who she was talking about. I didn't recognize her, but I knew this was a dream, so I just reassured her I'd give it my best. Then I woke up and never did get my bath. I immediately turned to my fiancé and said, "Honey, I think your nanny just passed." About 20 minutes later, we got a phone call from Tampa. Nanny had in fact died, about 30 minutes earlier. She took the time out when she was dying to come and find me and asked me to take care of her grandson. I did too, at least until that ended. I know there's stuff on the other side of our pale religions, but these things just don't give us tools on how to deal with these things. Less than efficient mapping. That doesn't mean that it isn't there. Something odd happened last night. I hope somebody can help me rationalize this. Yesterday I had some stomach ache, girl problems. So I spent half the day dead asleep with painkillers. So naturally last night I had some trouble falling asleep. I remember watching some TV and then I got up at 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom. It didn't really help that it was a really hot tropical night, so being hot also interfered with my sleep on top of napping all day. I always sleep with my lamp on. I decided to turn it off because I was thinking that the lamp must be generating some heat. Turned it off, put my earplugs in to try to fall asleep. A few minutes later, I heard some noise from my earplugs. I hear my own voice in my head telling me to get out of my room right away. Got up in a second, turned on the light. Then I saw that the doors of my closet were wide open. That probably was the noise. I can't explain how they opened. This never happened before. How can they open by themselves? Of course, I ran into my living room and tried to come up with theories on how these things open, but maybe I opened them when I was going to the bathroom. I don't remember that. Why would I do that? I don't even know where the sudden urge to leave my room immediately came from. I managed to get a few hours of sleep after sun came up in the living room, but I'm still kind of shook, debating whether I should sleep in my room tonight. Humanoid figure in northern Wisconsin. From what I can recall, this was a couple of winters ago. A good friend of mine, we're going to call him Mike. He's a pretty avid hunter and spent a lot of hunting seasons in northern Wisconsin. On one particular winter day, he went to go on a hunt with some buddies in the woods around the cabin. He was almost extremely familiar with this. His family makes frequent trips up there. Anyways, he and his buddies had spent most of the day out in one area near the edge of the property, and as the sun began to set, they decided to head back. Mike wanted to stay a little while longer to see if he could get another shot or two in. He stayed behind as the guys headed home. It had snowed a lot that week, so following the tracks back home would have been pretty easy if it got too dark. After not much luck on his own, and with night falling quickly, he decided to make the trek back as well. The walk itself was, I think he said, about 20 minutes, so he was on his own for a while. Now, the path they took was near the property line of another family's land. As far as he knew, they weren't up there hunting that weekend. So even if they had been, it was pretty dark at that point, and most people were at home by then anyways, but about halfway through this walk home, he noticed a shape in the trees. It's a couple of yards across the property line. He describes it as a dark, solid, yet shadowy humanoid figure well over 6 feet, like a huge and muscular man. But without any sort of hunting gear on, or there's no noticeable weapon as far as he could tell. He didn't think anything of it at first. He's probably just on his way back as well, so he continued on. A couple minutes later, he heard the sound of something moving through the trees. It was a couple yards past the property line. It was at the same speed as he was. He looked over and saw what looked to be the shadow man walking almost parallel to him. At that point, he's a little bit bothered. Was this guy following him, and what for? So he quickened his pace and made his way home without glancing back. The next morning, he and his buddies headed back out the same route as they had taken yesterday. It hadn't snowed. The footprints were still pretty visible. They followed the prints back. Mike became curious, took a detour over the property line to where he last saw the figure walking. He didn't find a single footprint. I know there are some legends about things in northern Wisconsin's woods, like the Hodag and Rhinelander, but neither I nor Mike nor any of our friends have any idea what this could have been. Experiences with Japanese ghosts. It's Oban season in Japan. It's a week which the spirits of the departed are believed to return to families and loved ones. As such, I'm curious to hear if anybody has had experiences and encounters with spirits here, either Japan or Asia. Hear what of myself as well as my family and friends have experienced over the years. My husband is a hard atheist. He refuses to believe in the paranormal. He does have one story, however, that made him a bit spooked. He grew up in the mountainous area with little tunnels running through the area so cars can access the more remote places. In many areas, there's a newer, lit-up and cleanly paved tunnel running pretty directly beside an older and less used tunnel from decades ago. According to him, one day he and his friends were playing down by a river, chose to head back home through an older tunnel. He went in ahead on his bike. He saw a woman and her little girl walking the opposite direction toward the middle of the tunnel. Passed by them without looking too closely. Turned to look back and see what his friends were, and the woman and girl were nowhere to be found. The tunnel in question would take a solid few minutes to pass through on a bike, let alone on foot. I personally walked through the tunnel, and though I didn't come across anything, the air gets very cold and heavy towards the middle, to be sure. At school. I have a coworker that works in an elementary school about 30 minutes in the mountains. It's an older school, about 100 years or so. But it's pretty warm and inviting, and I've always felt pleasant when I visit. There's a little nook with couches in the staff room. It opens to a huge two-story hall with hallways leading down to the lunchroom and the kitchen. My coworker's recently been seeing a lot of activity in the hall. More than once he's walked out in the staff room and seen a man hunched over a table in the hall as if reading something. When he walks toward the man, he passes by the pillar and suddenly the man's gone. He's also seen movement in the nook of the staff room. The lunch ladies often report a presence of a little child in the kitchen who asks them where the lunchroom is. This school has 6 teachers, 25 students, everybody knowing everyone. The man and the child are reportedly no one that anyone knows. My personal story. I'm not apt to seeing ghosts, but I'd like to jokingly say I was sensitive due to a lot of strange goings-on in my childhood home over the years. This came back to bite me when I got a little overly cocky during some ghost stories in the town over, something following me home. I used to live in Kakishima. That's in Japan, as an English teacher back in 2018. My home was in K City. It's a bright and warm bedroom apartment 2 floors above another teacher's. My best friend lived in S. It's a 2-towered apartment complex. Below another teacher, Todd, and I'd often visit the area to stay over and hang out. Once my best friend returned to the U.S., a new teacher, her name was Ashley, she moved in. But since my friend's apartment was being renovated, Ashley stayed in the apartment next door for a few months. That October, I took my little black car down, went to the barbecue dinner, and that's over in S, where that Ashley, Todd, and some other friends were telling ghost stories. The Ashley. The Ashley was visibly upset when it came time for her story, which was apparently true and happening currently. She would hear walking around from Todd's apartment at late hours. Todd had told her every time that he was out visiting his girlfriend at the time, so it clearly wasn't him. She also mentioned having, horrible dreams about being stuck in her bed while the room was filling with water as a ghost with long black hair stood outside her window. It was as if it was demonstrating, "This is what I can do to you." Todd was apparently backing up these claims, confirming the calls from Ashley that he indeed was never around when they came. His brothers, like a kind of medicine man or a shaman in their community, apparently reached out to him out of the blue. He said that he had a dream that compelled him to draw a picture of what he saw. Todd pulls out the text of the picture his brother drew, and Ashley and I myself just begin freaking out at its sight. It's a picture of a white ghost with long black hair, crouching as if crawling on the outside balcony of an apartment. Ashley says that's exactly what's been appearing in her dreams, and all of us can confirm, unequivocally, the backdrop of this drawing is the exact building where Todd and Ashley... the one where I visited my best friend dozens of times. Everyone's freaked out, but pretty excited for some reason, ooh boy, real ghost situation, how fun for us. How naive of us. At least we came to realize it. Decided to go back to Todd's place once we finished eating. Felt a heaviness when I walked in. Told him immediately, and I seemed kind of intrigued. I brushed it off as, his apartment maybe it's just his thing. I gotta be able to fall asleep there at night, and I noticed that the same area that I was feeling heaviness was completely fine. But the entire solo drive back to my apartment was incredibly fear-filled and tense, and I was afraid to look behind me. I thought I was going to see something in the back seat. Brushed it off as my imagination, as I, too, had been able to fall asleep that night. Proceeded to try to do so when I got home. At 2:30 a.m., I woke up drenched in sweat with my arms and fists. They were clenched so tightly around my head that I'd lost feeling in them. There was a deep and dark heaviness all around me. I just felt this overwhelming fear. This fear not open my eyes. I'd never been one to have, nightmares or sleep paralysis. And I was completely awake as I remember being unable to fall back asleep and thinking, shit, I have work tomorrow. Why the hell am I not asleep at a time like this? The next morning I texted Ashley what happened. She freaked out, saying that she didn't tell anyone this. But the exact same thing happened to her when she had the nightmares. She also asked if I'd heard any wooden tapping coming from inside my house. I said yes. I noticed something coming from the corner when I was home and just chalked it up to her like a support beam. She gets even more worked up, saying that she didn't say anything about the corners, but that's where she heard the tapping. She and I messaged out immediately, asking if there was something his brother can do in this case, since apparently he had a dream about this happening too. Basically, he sent over some symbols on paper and told us to burn them in the apartment to purify the space, to leave one unburned to repel whatever it was. It took a few days during which I begged the teacher below me to just let me stay with her. My precious, warm, and welcoming home felt suffocatingly heavy and dark in ways I can't explain. It took about 3 days to arrive, and until then the tapping continued in corners of my room. In the meantime, I discovered what happened to be handprints on the inside of my car's rear window after that drive home, which normally wouldn't be possible as I drove a Daihatsu. It was far too small for anybody to fit in the back. A disconnected phone line also rang at 8:15 p.m., which my then boyfriend was there to witness. Once the papers with the written symbols arrived, we burned them as told. The heavy atmosphere cleared up immediately. There's no more, interesting ending to the story other than that it hasn't really bothered us since. But to this day, I have one of the symbols laminated as protection. So hopefully, it stays far, far away. I've also stopped going to places said to be hosting frightening spirits. I've wisened up to time. Well, maybe it's more experience. I'm interested to hear of your experiences if you've had either them here in Japan or Asia as well. Haunted Church. I actually totally forgot about this until just now. I thought I'd share. My boyfriend's family lives in a small town. It's in a very rural part of the U.S. My boyfriend talked about having paranormal experiences in the house that he lived in. Yet when he wasn't there, his parents would hear strange noises coming from his room. It was locked with no one in it, as well as seeing a fan spin while not plugged in. Him and his sister decided to show me around because, well, they're Christian. They took me to the town's old church. There's actually two, but one is locked up under pretty mysterious circumstances. We went inside and the sister showed me this dirty, empty room with a beam up near the ceiling. She said that somebody had died in that room, hung. She's not the kind of person who would lie about that, and the beam made it very believable. There's a basement in that church, and if you go into the storage room, there's a huge dark area. I couldn't even see in. She said there were kids in her class who saw a person in there, decided to go after her, dawdling around a bit, and went back up the stairs. It had to be one of those stair lifts or an old or disabled person. We were walking toward the door, and I heard a sound behind me, and I turned around. The stair lift was moving down the stairs. I only caught a glimpse of it moving before it stopped, and I turned to look. None of the others saw it move. The sound was quiet enough to not notice if you weren't really paying attention. No one else was in the church with us, and they weren't holding any remote controls that could control it. I decided that the whole town must have had some kind of paranormal energy. My mother passed this February. Is this her trying to communicate with me? I lost my mom this February. Our relationship was very strained without going into details, but I'm a server. At a table last week of a couple and their 4-year-old daughter. I greeted them and when I brought their drinks to the mom said, "My daughter wanted me to tell you that she loves you and that you have a sweet voice." I didn't think much of it, and I thought it was sweet though. When I brought their check, the dad said that he had asked their daughter if I reminded her of somebody because she's very shy. She never talks to strangers. The little girl said, "Oh, Dad, she reminds me of someone from heaven." My mother always called me sweet girl, and I'm not sure if I'm looking for somebody that's not there. But I really didn't think much of the situation until a couple of days after. I know I'm not going to get clear-cut answers, but I would love to believe that that was my mother speaking through this sweet little girl. Knocks on the door and sounds like someone pulling up. This is something that's been happening to my wife and me periodically for a couple of years. It started and was more frequent from our last house, but seems to have followed us to the new house. Every once in a while, we'll hear someone at the door. When I get up to check, there's never anybody there. A typical example. We order pizza. We hear somebody pull up, car doors opening and closing, the sound of somebody stepping up to the front porch. Sometimes there's even a knock. When I get up to get to the door, there's nobody there. As I'm standing there, I see the pizza guy pulling up. That's another thing. It's usually, but not always, just before somebody actually shows up, like we're getting a little audio preview of somebody who arrives a couple of minutes later. Like my wife will hear me coming up the porch steps, fumbling with my keys, and then nothing. Then I actually get home 5 minutes later. There are exceptions. Usually it's just a knock on the door with nobody there. I'd explain that maybe as an old house, which wasn't a subdivision. But assume it was a neighborhood kid or something like that, so we're out in the country. There really aren't any neighborhood kids. I've only had a visual version of this experience once. One night at around 9, we were expecting a friend of ours. Now in our new place, there's a window above the kitchen sink that overlooks the driveway. I was getting a glass of water or something, and I looked out the window and I saw tail lights in our driveway. It's too dark to make out the car, but there's definitely a vehicle in our driveway. It was parked behind our SUV. It's still running. Tail lights were on. So I just said, "Hey, so-and-so. So-and-so's here." My wife says, "No, they're not. Why'd you call me so-and-so?" I just got a text that they're running late. So I stepped outside into the porch, and of course, there was no car there. "10 years later, I'm still intrigued and bothered by an experience. Can anybody share their thoughts or opinions?" The woods behind my house are pretty thin. You could see houses on the other side. And if you followed a path, it brought you to a little footpath thing. If you went left, it brought you to one neighborhood, and if you went right, it brought you to another. If you could go straight and stay in the woods, I used to travel through them on a regular basis. I enjoy nature, and it made getting to my friend's houses a lot faster and easier. One evening, maybe around dusk, I was almost back to my house when I heard my name clear as day. I turned around, and what I saw was so vivid I could still see it in my mind over 20 years later. It was a little boy, wearing like a plaid shirt. It was all black and white except for his eyes, which were glowing red. I turned and hauled ass back to my house, up to the back steps inside the door, and slammed the door behind me. It felt like something was chasing me and getting closer and closer. By the time I got out the door, I felt like it was right behind me. I didn't feel safe until I was inside. I've always wondered what it could have been. I've recently had a reoccurring paranormal dream. It's about those same woods. My backyard starts to fill up with animals. One's native to my area at first, then bigger, more aggressive and dangerous ones. Like from bunnies to tigers and gorillas. Along with them is a very strong paranormal presence that tries to get inside my house and or lure me outside. I was told the dreams might be connected to what I saw that day. I'm a believer in all things paranormal, well, especially once all the scientific and rational explanations have been ruled out. I can't find anything online similar to my experience. I've read about black eyes and white-eyed children, shadowy human-like figures, and so on. This wasn't a shape from far away or out of the corner of my eye. It was a solid figure directly in front of me, like 5 or 10 feet away. Can anybody help me figure out what I may have seen, and am I possibly still dealing with? I live in my childhood home still. first time another person has seen my night terror. Advice appreciated. I get night terrors pretty often ever since I was in a crib. Although over the decades I've learned to manage it with anti-anxiety meds and SSRIs. Usually I've chalked these up to being extremely realistic nightmares, sometimes night terrors. They've been really bad before, usually involving some kind of human or humanoid form staring at me, causing me to scream and bolt out of the bed, sometimes even injuring myself. Anyway, last night my 29 female... What? Anyway, last night my 29-year-old female boyfriend, 31-year-old male slept over. My brain... What? Ah. This shouldn't be making me pause this long. Comments are good. Anyway, last night, being a 29-year-old female, had my 31-year-old male boyfriend sleep over. I was in a twilight state, which is usually when I have these hallucinations, you could say, and instantly opened my eyes to see a bluish, slightly glowing humanish form. It was like a face shooting first right at me. It was super quick. Visually, it looked as if it was coming from my face like a sharp burst of air. I screamed, swatted the air, then frantically told my boyfriend to turn on the light, which, he did. What really surprised and unsettled me was after a couple of minutes of pacing and looking terrified, my boyfriend told me that a millisecond before I'd screamed, he had been startled to see a black shape shoot across the room toward me. When I shrieked and panicked, his first thought was to apparently say, "Oh fuck, she saw it too." And understandably, he requested that we stay somewhere else. He described seeing a glimpse of a statuesque face like the Statue of Liberty's, which is close to what I saw too, except the bluish glowing figure had a contorted, mocking, amused look in its face. The vibe I felt was that it wanted to scare me, like a prank. I guess I wanted to see if anybody else in here has experienced something similar, or has any advice on how to handle this. It's the first time someone besides myself has seen one of my night terrors. I'm really stunned. I'm going to a spiritual shop later today, so if anybody has any recommendations on what to buy, I would be so grateful. Was about to go to sleep alone, and I heard panting on the other side of my bed curtain. I live alone in a studio. To make it feel bigger, I separate the end of my mattress that isn't facing the wall with a big tapestry, sort of like a hospital curtain. I was about to go to sleep and I was laying down in the bed on my phone. I wasn't listening to any music or anything, and after like 20 minutes of lights out and laying there, I hear this panting. It's right on the other side of my tapestry. It sounded like when a dog is sniffing really hard with its snout all the way up, or something, whatever. So I turned on my flashlight without getting up first, just to see if maybe an animal or something got in. I even said, "Get out!" twice. The panting continued. But after that, it almost seemed like they got more dragged out and breathy between pants. I also then started hearing shifting, almost like skittering over into the kitchen and bathroom area. Eventually I got up, turned on the lights, but all stopped, except for occasional house-settling rustles. Of course nothing was there. Nothing was out of place. No pests around. Sleeping with the lights on, to say the least. The Ghost in Room 217. I never thought living in a dorm hall could be so unsettling. When I first moved in, I was the only resident on my floor, which was strange, but not something I dwelled on. The house was eerily quiet most of the time, except the man in room 217. He was a tall black guy, always dressed in pajamas. From the first night, my friends and I noticed something wasn't quite right. We often heard him screaming, his voice piercing through the walls in the dead of the night. It wasn't angry shouting like I had thought at first. No, he was screaming for help, like every night the same loud shrieking cry for help. At first we thought he was just a troubled student, maybe somebody who needed help but didn't know how to ask for it the right way. We even joked that he had serious issues, but deep down it disturbed all of us. His pleas were so loud and so desperate, they left a lingering unease. One night after hearing that same shriek echoing through the empty hall, I walked over to his door to see if I could talk to him. I knocked, but just like the other times I tried, the screaming stopped the second I got close. The door remained closed and the silence was deafening. The next day I went to the dorm office ready to tell him that the guy in room 217 needed serious help. When I asked, the dorm manager looked confused. "There's no one living in that room. You're the only student in that hall." The words hit me like a ton of bricks. I knew what I'd heard, what my friends had heard, what we had all seen. How could there be no one there? And after digging deeper, we uncovered the truth. Room 217 had been the home of a student years ago, one who had taken his own life. He'd been struggling, crying out for help in the days before his death. Nobody had been there to listen. Now it seemed his spirit was trapped in the hall, forever screaming that same desperate plea for help that had gone unanswered in life. We also learned that the school itself had a dark history. Before it became college, the building had been a hospital during the First World War. The laundry room, which was where I always noticed that foul stench and dried bloodstains, it had once been the morgue. The history of the place felt heavy, like it had absorbed the tragedies of all those who had passed through it. The screaming eventually stopped, but I'll never forget the nights that I lay in bed, listening to the ghost in room 217 crying out for help. It wasn't just a haunting. It was a reminder of how much can be left unresolved, how easily cries for help can be missed. And in that old haunted building, his house, his voice, just wouldn't let anyone forget. Incident on Hansdale Road. I was 14 when it happened, and the memory is still as clear as if it were yesterday. My brother and his friends had taken over my bedroom. I was stuck on the couch in the living room. The TV was off and the house was completely still, almost too still. It was the kind of quiet that makes you aware of every little sound. The hum of the refrigerator, the faint rustle of wind outside. I felt uneasy, but brushed it off as just nerves. As I lay there, the hallway light flickered on by itself, casting a harsh glow that spilled into the living room. It stayed on for a moment, and then just as suddenly it clicked off again. I frowned, sitting up slightly, my heart picking up pace. That wasn't right. And then out of nowhere, the toilet lid in the bathroom slammed shut. The noise was echoing through the house like a gunshot. My breath caught in my throat, the bathroom down the hall, just out of sight, but I could see the edge of the door from where I sat. I hadn't heard anybody go in there. Everybody else was still holed up in the bedroom, or talking and laughing like nothing was wrong. Before I could make sense of it, a figure appeared at the end of the hallway, stepping out from the shadows near the bathroom door. It was tall, unnaturally tall and dark, a silhouette that seemed to swallow all light around it. It didn't walk, it just stood there, its form shifting slightly as though made of smoke, but still solid enough to feel real. My blood ran cold. For what felt like an eternity, it simply stared at me, its presence suffocatingly filling the room with a tangible weight. I couldn't see its eyes, but I knew it was looking directly at me. My body refused to move, paralyzed by the sheer terror that was creeping up my spine. Wanted to scream, but the sound just caught up in my throat. Then, without a warning, it lunged. Its right arm shot out right toward me, fingers like shadowy claws reaching. I snapped out of my trance, adrenaline flooding my system. I leapt off the couch, bolting down the hallway, slamming into the door of my bedroom. I could still feel it behind me, like its cold, dark presence was breathing down my neck. I threw the door open, practically diving into the room where my brother and his friends were. They looked up at me, startled, their laughter dying as they saw the panic etched on my face. I slammed the door behind me, locking it. They asked me what happened, but I couldn't speak. All I could do was stand there, trembling, trying to convince myself that whatever had been in the hallway wasn't real. But I knew better. Never looked down that hallway the same way again. Weird encounter at night. Don't believe in ghost. Need help. I'll start off first by saying I, a 23-year-old male, live with my girlfriend, also 23. She's lived in our apartment for around a year and a half. I moved in about several months ago. She believes in the paranormal. I remain agnostic most of the time, leaning towards not believing. She mentioned several weird experiences in the apartment, such as waking up at night, heading to the bathroom, and seeing shadowy figures in the apartment. Last night I woke up and headed to our kitchen to grab some water. As I was walking back toward her bedroom, something spurred me to turn up around and look at the corner of her kitchen. That's where our oven is. I walked toward the corner of the kitchen, and as I approached, I felt something in the air change. It got heavier, warmer, like I could feel the difference. I assumed I'd left the stove or the oven on, so I checked. That wasn't it. Maybe the warm air was moving to that corner. That wasn't it either. Then the negative feeling came. Just a negative presence. It was a little uncomfortable, so I decided to head back to the room, turning the lights off as I went. As I got to the corner of the hallway, something almost urged me again to look at the corner. It pulled me back. I noped out and went to bed. That night I had a dream I was laying in bed and an entity, a gesture almost of sorts made out of weird colors and complex geometry, started taunting me from above my bed. It felt attached to me. I smoke weed regularly. I was under the influence, so take this with a grain of salt maybe, I don't know. Just looking for a possible explanation, even if marijuana might be it. Help me explain potential chronic UFO activity as a kid. So when I was younger, I experienced strange lights that would follow me around from place to place. This also happened to me for a long time, like from 8 or so up until my late teens and early adulthood. Although from age 14 and up, the activity significantly decreased. The first few times I noticed the lights was just staring out of my bedroom window and watching them sort of hypnotically. The lights are white light as far as I can remember, but they always seemed to be coming from above the cloud somewhat. The lights were arranged in such a way that there was a central beam or a dot, then 4 others identical to it arranged around it, pretty much exactly like how 5 on a dice or a domino is shown. Except with these lights, the 4 outer ones would circle around the central ones, converging on it before quote-unquote merging with the second, only to come back to go the opposite way, essentially doing the process in reverse and repeating it over and over and over. Now, the first time I saw these lights, thought it was strange. I asked about it, but parents only told me that it was probably only spotlights for advertising or something. This explanation didn't satisfy me, because of the way the light moved and, nobody was concerned enough to actually look. I pushed it aside and just made mention of it to my little brother and found it amusing. That is until I stayed over at a friend's house. I got back and he told me the lights weren't there when I was gone. And over time I noticed the lights outside of my window no matter where I went. Staying over someplace else, even across the years and through multiple different moves and displacements, I still saw those lights. It became a habit of mine to check the window just to see if they were there. You'd think that if it was lights from some kind of establishment, that they would stay where they were and not be omnipresent outside my window. I caught the lights even following me. I was in a car and I was in public transit with adults around me, Tried to point it out, but I just got eye rolls and nobody even looked to confirm or deny anything. It was like it was so absurd nobody even cared. Well, maybe they did look and just saw nothing of note in their eyes, but I know my little brother saw them too. It stopped after a certain point. I stopped caring too much, and since they were so constant, I got sort of desensitized. One night I was walking my girlfriend home after school and noticed the lights again. They were above us. They were following and trailing behind. I noticed because she asked me what they were in confusion. She had noticed them without any input from me, so I told her my story, freaked her out unintentionally before calming her down. Told her I was just messing with her. But the lights followed me all the way home that night. I haven't seen them in years since then, looking sort of warily up at the sky every so often, but not searching deliberately. But I always wonder, what could it have been? Anybody have any reasonable explanation? Could it be that I was experimented on or being observed by something, studied even? I feel like maybe I should just let it go. But part of me's always felt a nagging feeling, like just thinking about it. This is the one and only eerie experience I've ever had. This is the one and only experience I ever had. It happened just a few months before my father's death. I never believed in ghosts, at least not until this instant. It all started with a strange feeling that something was roaming around our house at night. That's when everything's all dark. I often felt like something moved from my parents' room to the front room. My room was positioned in such a way that I could see my parents' room clearly. This went on for several months, but I kinda just tried to keep it to myself. I knew my parents wouldn't believe me anyway. These occurrences mostly happened after midnight. One night as I was laying in my bed scrolling through my phone, my bed suddenly shook violently. I was so terrified that I ran straight to my parents' room and I told them what had happened. They didn't believe me. After that incident, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep alone at night. I had no choice. And at that time, I was 24 and a late sleeper. One night I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I tried to close my eyes, I felt like somebody was staring at me from very close. I literally couldn't sleep my eyes closed, and somehow I made it through the night. Now, here's what really shook me. Just 6 months before my father died, one night after dinner I went to bed and couldn't sleep. I started scrolling through my phone and eventually fell asleep. I woke up at exactly 3:30 a.m. for some reason, and I tried to go back to sleep, but I felt the need to use the bathroom. When I opened my eyes to get up, I saw the black figure standing right in the front of my room, right by the door. I was so scared that my whole body stiffened. I couldn't move my arms or my legs, and no sound came out of my mouth despite trying to call my parents. After 10 or 15 seconds, the black figure vanished right before my eyes. It was as if it was never even really there. I stayed awake the rest of the night out of fear. The next morning, I told everyone, my father, mother, uncle, aunt, and cousins, and they believed my story. Surprisingly, after my father passed away 6 months later, I never saw and I never felt anything unusual ever again. I think there may be a spirit in my apartment. So I'm a funeral services assistant, and I had some strange occurrences in the funeral home from time to time. I'm not sure if I brought something home with me. So me and my roommate were sitting and watching TV. And my dildo, which was sitting on the very back of the dresser, had fallen like at least 4 feet away from where it sat. It's been sitting there untouched for almost 3 weeks. If it were to just have fallen over, it would have stayed in the dresser, or maybe rolled off. But it sounded like it was thrown, and the distance it fell is like bugging me. It also doesn't make sense how it fell over in the front of the dresser. It shouldn't have done that at all. We joked about a horny ghost, put it in the back, went about our night. Earlier today, I was dusting as I do almost every day. I see black spots in our mirror. I immediately Googled the cause, and it was supposed to be the moisture from humidity. Only issue is this mirror is a recent addition. There's no humidity in our apartment, and I decided to check out the wall and the mirror, and there's no sign of moisture, bugs, or anything. My roommate needs the AC on like all the time because it's hot out recently, so it's constantly cold in here. Just a few minutes ago, the dildo was thrown again, and it's annoying me. I mean, I am a bit spooked, but what's funnier than a spirit throwing around a dildo? Like, he's a cheeky fella, that's for sure. Anyway, please tell me any reasonable explanation or otherwise advice to manage this because I'm home alone for most of my days. I don't want to be scared when I'm alone. The hair on the back of my neck has been standing up for hours, so give me some reason. I need it. Throw it out and get a different one. Or he doesn't like that one, or doesn't like the idea of it at all. I don't know. Or maybe, who knows? Who knows what's going on? Why does my producer give me these stories? The Radio Man. Not really paranormal, but a weird experience. But basically, my friends and I in high school would always ride our bikes and swim to the local loch during the summer. My one friend had mentioned a spot that he had found where he had put a rope swing and some rocks that we could jump off of. We decided to go check out the spot since, well, we were in the area. Ventured off pretty deep into the woods. Took a bit longer than we expected. It's almost 7-8 p.m., so the sun was setting. I was kind of trying to just go back and use the bathroom, so I just walked into the woods a bit as my friend walked a bit ahead of me. I told him I'll just catch up to him in a second. So while I'm doing my business, I hear somebody talking pretty close by. Kind of just double-checked if anybody was around or my friend was just messing with me. I didn't see anything. Kind of wanted to investigate. Walked a bit closer to the shore and I spotted an old man, 70, maybe 80. Yellow rain jacket, old 80s radio in his hands, speaking what I thought was a foreign language. So I was kind of hiding behind this tree so he wouldn't see me. He starts what looked like praising this radio, holding it above his head as some type of idol. Then starts talking, got on his knees, and as he was talking gibberish or whatever it was, it didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard. Pretty familiar with languages and dialects. Got a bit freaked out, but right when I was about to leave, my friend was coming up behind me wondering what was going on. Caught the attention of the old man. Just turned around and looked at us. My friend said hello and he just turned back around and we bolted off. I never had such a weird experience before. I just felt like he was performing some ritual or some crazy old guy in the woods waiting for people like us to stumble upon him. I never told anybody about this until now. Just a very weird encounter that just didn't seem real now that I look back at it. Welcome to Paranormal M, your portal to the world of ghostly and mysterious tales. Subscribe and turn on notifications to follow our newest spine-chilling adventures. Embrace the thrill of the supernatural. It came through the phone. Back in 2021, my husband and I went on a couple's trip with a group of 8 other friends to the mountains of Gatlinburg, Tennessee for the weekend. We drove the 4 hours, made it to the cabin, got all settled. While we were waiting for the last couple to arrive, who were bringing their kids, we ended up deciding to not wait, to go out to dinner about 20 minutes up the road from our cabin. We took 2 cars. Me, A, my husband, M, L and J in mine, and Z, E, D, and C in the other. Z, E, D, and C left ahead of us. We trailed behind. I was driving a 2011 Subaru Outback at the time. My phone was mounted on one of the cabin fan blowers. We were chatting, having a great time, just catching up, listening to music on low. Halfway to the restaurant, we get a call from our friend Y. I turn the music off, I hit accept on the call, with everybody in the car yelling their hellos, and all of a sudden we hear a woman screaming, crying, and pleading. She's saying, "No, stop, don't do this," with more crying, screaming, and begging as we immediately fell silent. Everybody in the car flies into a panic. Me and my husband scrambling to put the phone on speaker, everybody yelling out her name. Then the screaming cuts off, like the call ended, and our friend Y comes to the phone calm and collected with a, "Hey guys, we just made it to the cabin." We're all still yelling. We're asking her if she's okay, and she responds in sort of a confused voice that they're all fine. Apparently, they just made it in. But they did need the door code. We explained to her that we just heard crying and screaming. We thought she was getting murdered or even attacked, to which she let us know that, no, we're doing just fine. Her kids aren't freaked out and they're doing great. We give her the code, finish up the call in shock. We all heard that. It sounded too real. Wise never played games like that. The rest of the car ride, we're all freaking out and trying to rationalize it, to think of what or who that could have possibly been. In the parking lot, explaining the weird occurrence to our friends who made it there before us, an ambulance drives by itself with a siren and lights on, back the way we came. Our winter trip to the cabin. Me and 4 other friends had been working hard at our small community college. We wanted something to do over winter break. We ended up finding a cute little cabin on a lake up near Orient, Maine. After much fuss from our parents, we put our money down and started getting ready for a road trip. Keep in mind, this was before the shift from MapQuest to the common use of GPS and TomToms. Before my cell phone was attached to my hip, you could say. We found directions on MapQuest to set off on our first taste of freedom in a while. We packed into my friend's small red Acura. We drove the 8+ hours from Connecticut after our last college course around 2 p.m. Looking back on this, it was a horrid idea to pack 5 kids into a small car in the middle of winter and drive in the northern states. It was cold and dreary the whole ride out. That wet and cold that sticks to you. The driver, we're going to call him Jay, was in love with his Acura. He had very strict rules for driving, gassing it up and stopping. So we settled into the car for a long stretch of driving and blasted some music to pass the time. Further north we got, the music, the roads just became. Or rather, further north we got, the weather, the roads became. The further north we got, the weather the roads became. I said that 3 times, but that's what they wrote. Neighbor dog, beautiful. So, we became very nervous about icing. The further you get up into mid-Maine, the further the distance is between exits and no lights. Just the moon and the stars. Looming pine forests line the 2-lane highway. It's a sparsely populated area. Tiny little towns miles off the highway peppering the landscape. Because of this, we agreed to make one long food stop only. For dinner, delicious Taco Bell. Before heading into a more desolate area. During dinner, I made the rookie mistake of getting a giant Sprite, but made sure to use the bathroom before we left. We continued on into the night. Infrequently, I spotted glimmers of light from little homes and towns passed from the passenger seat after a couple of hours. There came a point I really had to pee, and when I mention it, it's usually at like the last minute. It was an imminent nuclear-level disaster, if we didn't stop soon at least. There were no signs for a gas station on any of the last 10 exit signs for the past 40 minutes. I was ready to pull over on the side of the road. It was beyond painful. My friend driving was paranoid and refused. He said something didn't feel right. It doesn't feel safe to stop. Now, I'm usually very good with sensing strangeness, but I was so distracted by my body mechanics that I didn't give a shit. Pressed my eyes shut, drummed my hands and fingers, just started singing with the music and pleading to whatever could hear me, anything to help distract me. As if the universe heard my plea and I'd manifested it myself, the next exit had a small sign for a locally owned gas station. Perfect. After a little bit of protest, I let Jay know his car would soon be baptized in my urine. We pulled off and drove another 10 damned minutes until we pulled up to this tiny, I'm talking 500 square foot max, dimly lit and decrepit gas station. Nothing surrounded us for miles. There was a large paved area that surrounded this small building, seemingly to make it easier for larger trucks with small trailers to pull around the back. A dumpster sat at the back left by the trees. No lights in the parking lot, just light from the silver of the waxing moon. Inside the shop were 2 green fluorescent lights. They barely reached the 2 old pumps outside. It seemed like the darkness was encroaching on the sickly-looking gas station, ready to swallow it. The moonlight didn't seem to touch it. The creepy feeling we had all started to talk about was getting stronger. We chalked it up to unfamiliar territory, and the fact that it was dead of winter in the middle of the night. I teleported out of the passenger seat and inside, barely getting out the word bathroom. That's when the tired middle-aged attendant slowly reached for the keys and tossed them to me, not saying a word, just sort of crooking his hand and pointing to the outside corner of the small building. It was in the dark to the back of the building. My stomach got that quick anxiety pang. I strongly remember having such an uneasy feeling about going back there. As I ran back out the door, he demanded everybody come back and stand outside to wait for me. For safety and company. My boyfriend obliged, and the others understandably stayed in the car. I rounded the corner, and as I did, a brief double take as I saw someone standing by the dumpster. Just a dark figure. The moonlight reflected off their desk, short hair and what looked to be fur-lined coat. The urge to pee was too strong for me to just care about that in the moment. I felt reassured hearing my boyfriend's footsteps behind me. I struggled to unlock the door. As I made it inside, I fumbled for a switch. Much to my delight, I discovered there was no lighting as I started to relieve myself. Fantastic. I called through the beat-up metal door for something, anything to light up this closet of a bathroom. I'd left my phone in the car cup holder. I hear a small shuffling sound. To my imagination, it was just everything was running wild, bugs crawling around the walls, bumping into spent toilet paper, and I don't know. A person standing in the corner. My boyfriend at the time thankfully had a flashlight. He was in the military, always came prepared. I didn't lock it, so he poked it through the crack in the door. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness at this point. I remember seeing the treetops, a starry night in all of its beauty, some dark mass by the dumpster again. Through the crack before clicking on the light, which was blinded me. My sixth sense, for lack of a better term, was starting to become more prevalent. Now that I started to get physical relief, I kept telling myself it's just an unfamiliar area in the dead of night. But I felt like an overall unwelcome, and I felt the need to rush. I remember that unwelcome feeling vividly. I recall my boyfriend had asked if I was almost done. I replied I wasn't even close. I heard some talking getting closer. Sam, the other girl on the trip, made a comment along the lines of, "You see that? Who would be outside at this hour in the cold?" I hear her boyfriend say something like, "It's 10 degrees outside, there's no way." Another strange voice came through the door. It was the gas station attendant coming with them. I learned later that Sam had decided to go pee too since we were stopping. She saw the figure as well. She went inside to tell the attendant about someone outside. She mentioned that he didn't respond, but came out from behind the counter. As I was finishing buttoning up my jeans, feeling a million times better, I swear I heard a breath in my ear, as corny as it sounds. It just went, Even though I had this deep pit of fear and unease growing in my gut ever since we arrived, in the moment, I convinced myself it was just me shuffling around in this dirty-ass tile. Though I know I did not move my feet. Dirt crunching softly does not sound like a human breath. Even as I type this, my whole body's chilling up. I immediately raised the flashlight up to the mirror that was fogged up with age and soap scum. No one was behind me. I was ready to hit the road and get the fuck out of here. Flung the door open, booked it through with my boyfriend Sam and her boyfriend. Oh, and the attendant. They were standing a bit hunched near them. Odd. I scanned the empty pavement. There seems to be this lingering darkness hanging around the forest line where it met the parking lot. I turned to the dumpster and no one was there. It should have been reassuring, but it ended up freaking me out even more. "I think we should go, Sam." "Do you really have to pee?" I asked. I remember she looked uncomfortable. They all did. It was like the attendant was trying to block us from rounding the corner to get to the front of the store, or keep us in the area so something could sneak up on us and attack us. I got that threatening feeling. In hindsight, maybe he was trying to make sure that we didn't trash anything. I heard Jay start up the Acura and gave the attendant a wide berth. He wasn't saying anything, he wasn't looking at us. I swear, the darkness that seemed to be devouring the light from the shop earlier was emanating off of and around him. You know when you can just tell somebody who has bad intentions? Everything seemed to me like it was time to go. Sam, and everyone, picked up on the hint, rushed to the pumps, piling into the car as fast as we could and pulling out. We laughed about it once we were about 20 minutes away, down one of the main freeways. Made it to the cabin and enjoyed our first night there. The second part of the story was the next day. We bought some snacks and cereal, and after fucking around enjoying the frozen lake and watching movies all day, we quickly realized we needed more sustenance. We had asked one of the neighboring cabins if there was a town around where we could get supplies and food. The neighbor told us about a Walmart or someplace up Route 1 in Holton. The populated town was almost an hour away. The neighbor said just drive straight for about 45 minutes and you'll be downtown apparently before you know it. It was later in the evening. The sun had gone down and we all piled into Jay's Acura again. Me in the front seat, my boyfriend right behind me, Sam and her boyfriend next to them. Jay was super nervous to drive. Temperatures had gone from single digits to negatives. The wet had turned to ice in some areas. But we made the slow and steady trip up to Holton, got our supplies, and made our way back to the cabin. Halfway there, around one of the bends, he saw a person on the road. No distinguishing features, according to him. Jay had started to panic. It slowed down and turned the car to avoid them, but ended up hitting a patch of black ice. Next thing we know, we're spinning out of control slowly off the road. I remember putting my foot up on the dash, my hand on the ceiling as we hit the telephone pole with my passenger door. We descended into a snow-covered ditch, mostly unharmed, discovering later as we were towed by Good Samaritans that we were 10 feet from landing in a river. Jay mentioned why he started swerving, to which he told me there was absolutely no one on the road. We were incredibly lucky. We weren't the only car to slide off the road in the last 24 hours either. There's a tan Mazda van about 30 feet to the left of us that had also shared a similar fate the night before. They, however, had landed in the water, but they did still survive. Poor Jay was beside himself with heartbreak due to his poor car and the damages. Thankfully, there was a body shop in Holton that could help. He swears, based on what we were telling him about the car ride up the night before, that something had followed us, or attached to us. He was adamant it must have been the person from the gas station. We didn't see what he saw. Maybe the attendant cursed us. Maybe it was just bad luck, but we were grateful nothing more came of it. We ended up doing a little seance and prayer that night to try to detach whatever energy seemed to follow us. Had no issues during the remainder of the trip. We aren't friends anymore, but I do have a female attachment that I've had a couple brushes with in the past, and most recently last year. Very well written. Fantastic. Missing objects suddenly appear, and things appearing. So, to start off, I want to give a layout of the bedroom and the basement area. The basement has a porch when you first enter from the outside. To the right is a hallway that has 3 rooms. A bedroom, a food storage room that we also kept recycling. And lastly, the laundry room. The bedroom had a dresser with a mirror to the right as you walk into the room. The bed was across from it in the middle of the room, and there was other, smaller dressers. The first strange thing that I had happen in that room was my plush, very vibrant pink headband vanished into thin air. Had it on my head to keep my face mask out of my hair. Took the headband off, placed it in bed. I came back from my shower, it was no longer on my bed. Tore my room apart looking for it. Got my mom to come down and help me look for it too. There was no sign, it literally was like it vanished. Next morning, I got up and left my room to go to the bathroom. When I came back, the headband was on the floor in front of the bed. The second thing I had happen was something appearing on my dresser. Earlier in the day, I had nice coffee. Put the cup in one of the other recyclings in the room across from mine. That night I had left my room to go to the bathroom before I went to sleep. My iced coffee cup was sitting on the corner of the dresser by the door. Thank you for reading. Please share if you've experienced anything like this before. I also want to share only myself and my mother. We were in the house during both these events. She slept upstairs, wouldn't have been able to do this. Experienced something terrifying after using an old evil eye bracelet. I, a 22-year-old female, had a very horrible experience about 2 or 3 years ago. My boyfriend, a 22-year-old male, and I had been dating for less than a year when this happened. My partner's of Latino descent. I'm white. My boyfriend's family are believers of the mal de ojo bracelets, or in English, the evil eye. They taught me that the evil eye in their culture is used for protection, like if somebody gives you a bad look or if they look at you with bad intent or envy. They then taught me that if the bracelet becomes lost or broken, that means that the bracelet has done its job and protected you. My partner and I were hanging out one day at home when he came across an old evil eye bracelet that used to belong to him. He had lost the bracelet sometime before. He asked me if I wanted it. He said that it would be, useful for protecting me. And from what I understood, someone can gift you their evil eye bracelet, and it should still protect you, even though it did have a previous wearer. I accepted my boyfriend's offer and decided to wear the bracelet, but I didn't really believe in that stuff. I grew up Christian and I still believe in God to this day, but I am fairly religious. I went home later that day. I was living with my aunt and uncle at the time. My aunt and uncle are very hardcore religious, and so their house felt beyond safe most of the time. I never got any bad energy or negative feelings there, nor did I ever experience anything bad or paranormal. That night I went to bed wearing the bracelet, nothing really in my mind. I don't know how long I'd been asleep for and what time I woke up, but I remember waking up screaming and thrashing. I can't remember any previous nightmare or dream prior to waking, but as I was waking myself up with my screaming and thrashing, I swear I felt something grabbing my arm. The arm that I was wearing the bracelet on. I remember that I was grabbing my own arm as well as my other hand, almost as if I was trying to reinforce my other arm that was being grabbed. I think I had managed to shake off whatever was grabbing me at the time because as I was really waking up, I suddenly felt something at the end of the bed. And with a hard tug, I tried to rip the blanket off of me. I held onto my blanket firmly and eventually let go. I laid there in the pitch-black darkness with my eyes wide open, just staring at the ceiling until I felt it was safe enough to grab my remote control that turned my LED light strips on and off. I turned on the lights. I saw nothing at all. Stayed awake for maybe 10 minutes just looking around and being on my phone. I fell asleep again, and I don't know how I was able to, but I did. With the lights on, of course. I'd never ever experienced anything like this, and there's no way I could have been asleep or dreaming still. I distinctly remember waking up screaming and thrashing, absolutely feeling something. Now, I don't know if something's been attached to that bracelet or if it was just a crazy coincidence or not, but it was terrifying. And I didn't feel comfortable going home the next day to sleep in my own bed again. The bracelet remained in my home, but I had taken it off to shower, didn't put it back on. I never experienced anything like that again, even though the bracelet remained in my home in the jewelry dish. I too have an interesting story about these bracelets. Seeing unexplained things as a child. I grew up in this eerie old house. Years later, I found out my parents experienced things they couldn't explain. Nobody liked living there. The place had a bad energy. We moved out in 1999. This story takes place when I was 8 or 9. My brother and I used to share a bedroom, and from my bed I could see the hallway and my parents' bedroom door. One day I woke up in the middle of the night. It was dead silent. Everybody was sleeping. I swear I saw 2 creatures standing by the door. It was dark, but I could see their silhouettes. They were short and chunky like dwarves. It's the best way I can describe it. I could hear them talk loud and clear. One was very bossy and told the other to check on my brother and me to make sure we were sleeping. We walked to the foot of our beds, checked on us, and went back to the door. Wanted to scream so bad, but in my head, if I did, they would kill my family. I was so scared that I fell asleep, so I don't remember if they had a conversation or what happened next. But I do know what I saw. I know if this can be considered, well, rather I don't know if this can be considered paranormal, but it's definitely something I can't explain. And I told my parents years later. They believed me. Apparently they weren't surprised, and like I said, they also experienced weird things while living in that house. I never experienced anything similar again. We moved to a new house, and whatever those things were, they stayed behind, luckily. Haunted bedroom. Or spell. I don't know. I'm telling you something really weird that's been happening for a few days. For some quick context, I used to be somewhat of an occultist. I've studied a lot of texts and practiced a lot of stuff. I left that life 10 plus years ago. I asked for my third eye related gifts to be closed. I lived with my girlfriend. That's while not initiated or studying the occult, really sensitive, having a very strong intuition and seeing things from time to time. Because of that, I taught her some basic things for self-preservation, shields. Now for the tale. We suddenly felt an oppressive feeling in our bedroom. She started seeing figures everywhere pretty clearly. We left the room and stayed outside. The yard had around 10 figures, very different from one another too. She told me that there was a very well-dressed man, with a sort of Men in Black feeling, but fancier. Some other, therianthropic figures too. Inside there were 3 or 4 meter tall hooded figures in another room, not giving us any attention. Just looking at the window outside. I lit a candle, did some invocations and prayers, taught her a couple more self-protection mantras. Soon after, that oppressive feeling was gone, but the figures were still there. She put her phone in her bedroom door and recorded the audio. It was weird as hell. At the start, we can hear some distant conversation and sounds as if it was like at a dining table, drinking and cutlery sounds. But here's the thing. We live in Brazil, and from what I could identify in the audio, it wasn't the Portuguese language. From what I researched, it seemed like Romanian or Creole. From the research, it seemed like a gypsy funeral, if it was Romanian, or a woman telling somebody to go with God and a man saying goodbye, if it was Creole. And curiously, the audio was immediately silent. We live in a rural property and there's always some kind of bird or animal, but there was only silence for almost 8 minutes. After that, I tried a few more rituals, but she still was seeing a woman figure in the room with a somewhat deformed face. Like half of her face, actually. The figure tries to touch her, screams in her ear. Nothing we do seems to work and we're sleeping in the living room. I'm running out of ideas on what to do, really. My experience of seeing a ghost in my room. So I'm a pretty scientific person. I don't know how ghosts could ever exist. Doesn't make any sense. But I also think there's a lot about the world that we still don't understand. So anything is possible, I guess. I can only talk from my own experience. Anyways, I was 10 years old. Every night I would fall asleep with the light off, but with my TV on playing a videotape. I remember there was a period where I'd always get a little scared of shadows on my wall, and sometimes it would feel like there was something there. I would ignore it. Then one night my cat Sid was sitting on the edge of my bed. He was not a friendly cat, would never really let anybody pet him without scratching you. But I could hear him purring. I was under the duvet with my face turned toward the wall. I could see that shadows were moving on it. I started to feel like something was behind me and I felt terrified. I knew the only way I was able to shake the feeling would be to turn around and look. I mustered up all the courage I could, pulled myself up and around looking toward the end of the bed. I saw a little boy wearing dungarees with curly messy hair looking at me, smiling. In hindsight, he seemed very harmless, but this terrified me. Fear, I threw myself out of bed and swung my door open. When I looked down the hallway, I could see my parents' armchair rocking slowly back and forth in the darkness. It was as if somebody was sitting on it. By this point, I was in absolute terror. I knocked on my sister's door and asked her if I could sleep in her bed. In the morning, I woke up still in her bed. I hoped it was a bad nightmare, but my sister told me I'd climbed into bed with her because I was scared of something I'd seen. I've never seen anything like that since. But a year later, I learned that there was an old dilapidated house at the end of our driveway that was built over 100 years ago. The furniture and Christmas tree still sat in the rooms untouched. I've always wondered since then if the little boy might have lived there once. He lived very rurally. There are no other houses around us for miles. Sometimes I think I made it up in my head, but it still seems so clear. Encounter in Cranbourne, Victoria. In mid-2005, I met a ghost cyclist on South Gippsland Highway in Cranbourne. I was en route to Devon Meadows, but still at least 10 or 20 minutes away from there. It was between 4 and 5 a.m. and extremely foggy. I could barely see, and I don't know where exactly on the highway I was. But in a nutshell, the ghost went backwards on his bike until he was sitting on my bonnet. It was made of a kind of golden light that I could see through. I could see that he was a thin man, but not what his coloring would have been in life. He stretched his hand through my intact windscreen, seeming to want me to take it, which I did. The hand felt spongy and very strange. The ghost vanished soon after that. But this encounter seemed to open up a portal. I was haunted by other spirits for the rest of the morning. I've traced this encounter to an accident which occurred between 4 and 6 a.m. on a winter morning, 1989 or 90. And I have some conflicting details from locals, but the basic ones are the same. The victim was riding his bike to work, having lost his license. Very early in the morning, he was hit from behind and killed. I've been given 2 first names. One person says James, another Jason. I don't have a surname. He was killed in front of or near the old Cranbourne Meadows Tech, now Lyndhurst Secondary. He was apparently a very kind man with a sad background. Late 20s according to locals, but the TAC site said he was in his 30s. Ghost cyclist encounter in Cranbourne, Victoria 19 years ago. I finally traced the cyclist encounter to an accident which occurred at about 5 a.m. on July 2nd, 1990. The victim was 25, due to turn 26 in August. His name was Jason. He was riding his bike to work, having lost his license. He was on his way to Cole's warehouse in Hampton Park. It was very early in the morning. He was hit from behind by a red Ford, though some locals seemed to think it was a truck, and then he was killed. He was rather a lost soul and had a sad background, but did have some good friends. He spent a lot of time on his own despite this. When I met him, I felt like he wanted to comfort, maybe my help. There was a lonely, sad feeling about him. One of Jason's friends kindly gave me information about Jason's life and death, as well as giving me his identity. Other Cranbourne locals have been assisted me in piecing all this together. It's the only cyclist fatality that ever occurred in all of Casey at that time of day, according to TAC records. The records were not accurate with respect to Jason's age, though. I know that because I've seen a photo of his grave, which I've since visited. His friend also told me that TAC just used initials and estimates from the accident scene to sort of record the age of the victims. I've been told that others have seen my ghost cyclist as a rider in a fog who then vanished. I believe he probably reached out to me because we had certain commonalities, on top of my being there on a foggy winter early morning, much like the one that he died on. Also, I was 26 when I met him, nearly the same age as he was at his death. We were about 15 years apart in age, and may even have been the 15th anniversary of his death when I met him. My client saw a hand. I work with adults with disabilities, so take the story with a grain of salt. He would talk about seeing a girl with no mouth around the house. For example, when he couldn't find his hat, the girl with no mouth would take it. One of my responsibilities was checking on him when he went out to bed each night. I had assisted him to bed and left him with the CPAP mask in his lap and stepped out so he could get it on, get comfortable. I had left his light on and his door cracked so I could just sort of peek in and turn off the light when he went down the hall. I was about 10 feet away looking at the bulletin board and I started to hear his laugh. Curious, I looked down to see what was laughing. Then I poked my head and he said, "Caught ya." "What?" "I caught you." "What'd you catch me doing?" I didn't want to worry him, but in my mind I'm just thinking all I was doing was reading about the company picnic or something. He said he saw a hand reach into the crack of the door, turn off the light, and he thought it was me playing with him. Here's the thing. Well, his light was off. He hadn't moved. His mask was in his lap. He was still sitting underneath the covers in the same position, same spot. He hadn't moved and the light was off. I had to flip the switch to turn the light back on. I personally only had one experience there. I was in the living room watching a movie. The work was done, everyone was asleep, paperwork done. So I'm just killing some downtime, keeping myself awake when I hear this crash from around the corner. Around the corner is the dining room. In the dining room is the kitchen table, and on the other side of the room across from the entryway is the client's bedroom. My first thought is he's gotten up and he may have fallen, so I hurried to check on him. I get to the entryway and I can see his room still closed. I can see it through like a figure though, like standing in the dining room by the table. A figure that turned to look at me. Its right side was to me, then it turned its entire body. It looked at me and I could see through to the other side of the dining room. I could see all the way to the client's closed bedroom door. That's the only experience I had at that house. I've heard from over the night staff that they replaced me, that they heard whistling. The rest of this I could just excuse. He had cognitive impairment and my eyes were playing tricks on me. She heard whistling from outside. It sounded like it was from the dining room. His light was off and I purposely left it on so I could do my job, a bit later. He was cognitively impaired, but he didn't see things. He had trouble with his memory, but he, didn't see things. That makes me wonder just how much of the others are real. Hey ghost, no means no. Don't touch my butt. I lived in an old house in Denver, built in the 20s. Added on a bunch, so it kind of was a hodgepodge of architecture, and none of it was really amazing. Just a series of boxes. The original footprint of the house was somewhere around 600 square feet, had a crawl space. The add-ons gave me sort of a small basement with a cellar and an opening to get into the crawl space. I had the sweetest Pomeranian. When I had to start carrying him down the back steps so he could potty, he was clearly struggling. It was time. I held him in my arms to the vet, kissed his little head as he left. A couple of days later, I kept seeing a little black squidge going from the cellar to the furnace room. That was as I was, working in the basement. My little buddy was coming for a visit. A few days later, I had to go to the crawl space so I could run a cable to the small bedroom. I climbed into the little door, tools in hand, grabbed a cable, and low-crawled my way to the opening to the small bedroom. Pushed the cable through the reversed course. All of a sudden, a feeling of petrifying menace rolled over me, and I felt like something was inches away from my face in the darkness of the crawl space. The only light coming from the cracks outlining the cellar doors and the small door leading back to the basement. All of a sudden, the light from the cellar door disappeared. I started low-crawling with whatever was there inches, prone from my body. I just kept telling it that, I was leaving. Just leave me alone and let me go. I promised I'd never come back there again. It followed me all the way to the door, and I gracefully sort of slithered out of the tiny opening in the floor below. Stood up and slammed the door at the crawl space and instantly felt better. And just for the record, I sleep naked. Whoever writes this is kind of weird. Months had passed since my sweet boy died, so I decided it was time for a puppy. Thought a fortunate series of events I wound up with a beautiful lab mix. He hadn't had the best life up to that point, was super clingy, so I'm in bed, and he had starfished. I'm hanging by it like a thread, and he also stolen blankets and sheets, so my naked butt's sticking out in space on my little edge of the bed. One night I'm dead asleep, and I wake up with like a hand trailing up my leg. It stops long enough to give my butt a good honk and trails up my back and is gone. I look over and take attendance. Husband is in bed. Dog is in bed. I look into the bathroom, which is in the direction the phantom honker would have gone. Empty. Moved a short time after, and the new place has a mystery room behind a little office downstairs. My dog frequently stares off into the darkness when we're down there. But so far, nothing overt. Other than butt touching, apparently. Being haunted by my very alive husband. Curious to know if this has happened to anyone else. Going, into too much detail here, but I used to live in a house with my ex-partner who was emotionally and verbally abusive. He made the house extremely tense. Fits of rage followed by days and weeks of silence. Most of my friends stopped coming over because of the energy of the house. I mean, you could feel tension just when he walked in. I was pretty used to it, being his wife. I had my first occurrence in the first house that we shared that was a late 80s Cape Cod. I moved in after we got engaged, but for the first 6 months everything was great and normal. Sometimes my dog would bark incessantly at the end of the hallway at nothing in particular. I'd pick up on some old house creaks. Eventually we got married and continued to live there while looking for a newer home. When my husband started a night shift job, things changed. While still in Cape Cod, we began to argue. He would follow me around the house yelling at me until I solved things by apologizing and catering to him, and we'd move on. His attitude became hostile, and I began my career of walking on eggshells. Things were fine as long as he was happy. He was happy as long as I had meals made, clean house, brought home money. Didn't see my friends, let him do whatever he wanted, left him alone, didn't look upset or unhappy. Didn't talk too loud, too quiet, didn't move too much in my sleep, did his laundry, color-coded his clothes, and when I put them all away facing the same direction. Didn't try to talk to him before dinner, right after dinner, and definitely not in bed. You get the gist. Yes, he's a giant dick. The first night I saw the shadow figure, I was home alone. He was working. I woke up in the middle of the night with him on the side of the bed holding what looked like his cell phone. I could see his shoulder outline in the screen from the phone. I was surprised he was home early, but didn't want to make him angry and asking about it, so I pretended to sleep. After a few minutes, he hadn't moved at all. I reached to grab my phone and I checked the time. 3-something. Turn over to ask him if he's okay, and he's just standing there looking at me. I could see his outline, his ears and shoulders. It was like he was darker than the darkness. He was standing there. My fight or flight sank in, and I immediately took my pillow and threw it at him. Grabbed my phone and ran out of the house. No one had broken in. No one was in there. I didn't sleep that night. Fast forward a year to this new house. I mean new. My ex had money, so new Ryan home cookie cutter built for us like a residential neighborhood. At first, little things would happen, lights on and off, TV acting up, all ignorable. He had become worse and harder to appease and harder to understand. The silent treatment would last weeks, and there would be such an intense tension from the two of us that it was like heavy. One night at 3 a.m., our fire alarm, in our bedroom only, went off. Later that week, my girlfriend and I were in the living room and we heard running upstairs coming from no one. I have no kids. My dog's always glued to my hip, and my ex was sleeping. Things went on like this. Lights would flash on and off, and items would move around or get completely lost. The TV would come in the middle of the night, come on in the middle of the night. And also, our house was struck by lightning twice. Towards the end of the marriage, when his abuse was bordering on violent, I saw his shadow again. He had had some sort of fight the week prior, and he had pulled silent treatment ever since. Again, he was at work. I woke up in the middle of the night to footsteps at the foot of the bed, and when I opened my eyes, the exact same shadow was on the same side of the bed. The odd thing this time was it was definitely him, but he had short hair. It looked like the shadow of him from our time at the older house. My ex at that time had grown his hair out to his shoulders. I knew it wasn't him. But it was him, staring again from his side of the bed. My sleepy, worn-down best, I ignored it and went to sleep. It felt like it wasn't me that thing was directed at. I wouldn't say I felt safe with it, but I just knew that darkness wasn't mine, if that makes sense. This is way longer than I intended, but is anybody familiar with being haunted by the living? That's a more interesting concept than normal. I like it. I'm not really a believer in paranormal, but I've seen odd things happen in my house ever since my grandpa died. My grandpa died in the year of 2011 to lung cancer. We were close, and he often would teach me stuff like fishing and fixing different things like chairs, tables, and doors. He also taught me wood carving, which is something I still do to this day. So some paranormal things have happened a couple of times to me. The most common things are my door and the door leading down the stairs to the second floor of my house slamming shut for no apparent reason. This happens with no other doors besides these two doors, and this is so common it happens like 2 times a month. Second most common thing is a weird sound. I hear it at night. It sounds like somebody is very quietly coughing outside my room. It's odd since my mother and sister live downstairs. My grandma lives in a second apartment connected to the main apartment, so realistically nobody could be there. This happens once a month at least. Third most common are the black figures I've seen a couple times. One just today, which made me make this post. They're always either near the door leading downstairs, the one that sometimes slams shut randomly, or the second apartment where the grandma lives. It's always the same. A tall black male figure walks behind a corner and disappears. My mother said that she's seen it once or twice as well, but my grandma hasn't. This has happened like once a year. It's something that's happened to me once when I was 15, 6 years ago. I was in the kitchen at around 1 a.m. at night making myself some food. I was hungry. I heard the downstairs door slam shut close behind me, which startled me, but I was kind of used to it at this point. But then suddenly, I saw the doorknob turn and the door opened again. Then I saw a black dog-like figure appear from the door with glowing white eyes. It looked at me before it just disappeared before my eyes. Like it just faded away. I have no idea what that was about, but it freaked me out badly. Never has happened since. Another once-in-a-lifetime thing that happened was about a year later since my grandpa died. I was around 9. It was again late night and I was pouring myself some water. That's when I saw something on the window. It was a white face-like thing that just appeared on it. I stared at it in fear until it just vanished. Like the dog from my other paranormal encounter. I've often heard weird screaming-like sounds from the woods around me, like that foxes have been sighted by me and others around here, so they could be the culprit. Lastly, my grandma once told me that she felt somebody lay beside her during the night. She assumed it was me or my mother, but she was so tired that she didn't bother to ask. Next morning, she got up and noticed no one was sleeping next to her. She did, however, notice the picture my grandpa had fallen down from a shelf for no apparent reason. She later asked me if I had been there, and I hadn't. My mother also denied visiting her. So yeah, what do you guys think? Still kinda skeptical about the weird black dog encounter, especially. I just can't explain to myself. We have a dog, but the black dog was tall and looked tall and more like a sheepdog in its shape than our dachshund, so yeah, I'm confused. Lifetime of unexplained things. I'm 37. I was born in Poland. I moved to England in 2011. In my adult life, I look for logical reasons and explanations to everything. Keeps me safe and sane. That's because at a certain point in my teenage life, I had to start telling myself that things that happened aren't real, and eventually they stopped. But still, whenever there is any mention of paranormal, a fear like no fear a person can explain takes over. It's embarrassing. It's not logical or reasonable to me, but I immediately get goosebumps, a cold shiver of dread up my spine. Since my earliest memories, I've experienced darkness. Till a very young teenage time, I had dreams of drowning in oily darkness of war, of burning cities and people dying. I had dreams of shadows in the forests, demons luring me. My parents had a hard time because they would find me out being hiding in a different room crying on the floor while asleep. My first very confusing experience was when I was maybe 7. Older kids took me to a basement where they tried a ghost invocation, using a glass tied to a string. I only remember that they asked some questions and the glass exploded and we ran in fear. Months later, I remember waking up at probably 2 a.m. and I felt frozen in bed. I had my cover over my head and I saw 2 ghastly figures just walk through my bedroom. I was too scared to move. But eventually, when I peeked out, it was morning and sunny outside. My dad has friends who were into occult stuff. He used to take me there. I was an 8-year-old, telling them how incredibly smart for my age I am. Probably too smart. I haven't had any experience except dreams until I was a teenager. I wanted to hike in the forest around my town. Never happens when I was with someone. When I'm alone, especially on a hike back there in the forest in Poland, I always felt something looking at me. The darkness between the trees was darker suddenly. If you went into the forest, all sounds would vanish. One day I remember I got brave enough. I always try to shrug that fear off. I ventured into the ancient forest. It was so wonderful, almost magical, that I found myself in a dark part of the woods. I saw a random lonely staircase in the distance. Then I found a clearing and there was a big old dead oak tree. Everything around was quiet. The ground was dead. I remember I stopped going out on hikes alone. And when I was 17, one of my friends who was so deeply into history, World War II, wanted me to go with them to a forest hunt with a metal detector. There was a place a fairly long hike away from our town where at the beginning of the century there was like a lake and a German restaurant. All of this area was once German before the war. There was a prison camp and ruins of an artificial petrol plant built by the Nazis, all in ruin, cordoned off due to possible mines or not detonated air bombs. I've been to that German restaurant spot many times before with school, my dad on group hikes. That day was different. My friend found some nice old china plates, coins, and things, but I remember I couldn't settle. Felt all the time we should hurry. I still remember it was such an old feeling. I remember I finally convinced my friend to just pack away and go. When he was almost done, we both heard a very low bass-like rumbling, like a heavy machine gun or drums or both. Couldn't be any truck or nearest roads maybe 2 miles away. I remember it was getting louder. We both panicked and we both ran. We got back the same way and we saw a few trees that broke and collapsed. There's no wind and we both asked each other how that happened. Those trees were okay before. Eventually we were out of the forest, sprinted to a nearby village, and suddenly we felt safe. But the first thing we saw was a herd of goats. A large goat with the most diabolical of horns. Exactly the ones you see on those weird satanic books. I remember that we fully jogged home 8 miles not talking. We never talked about it after. From that moment I tried very hard not to believe in anything paranormal. But I always had those chills come back. Those moments of absolute anguish and fear when I was alone. Maybe that's why I moved to the UK. Here, nothing happens for a long time, until recently, when I was just at the end of a very toxic relationship. At nights, even when my partner and I were sort of feeling something was not okay. Maybe because although I wasn't in a relationship, I was alone and lonely. In the last year of the relationship, things happened to have varied from being uncomfortable to downright scary. During COVID, I rescued a dog. Literally the light of my life now. Always around, I feel safer with her. But where I lived back then, things happened in a very open small park near my house. My dog was younger, she wasn't very good at holding her pee throughout the night. or take her to that park is literally 100 meters away from the home, after 8 or 9 p.m. for a quick one. There was and is a lamppost at the far end you can see clearly when you enter the park. 3 times out of nowhere, a hooded man, I think, appeared standing under them, like looking directly at me for the entire time I was with my dog. And immediately when I saw him, it was the same fear crawling up my spine. Last thing happened 3 weeks before I moved out. My ex moved out early, and it was early January 2022. I took my dog out around 9:30. For obvious reasons, I avoided the park and took her up an old pathway nicely lit by streetlights and houses. But it was all different. There was this thick fog outside, reflected all the lights, giving everything a red hue. Everything was dead quiet. No cars, no people. There was always some people out and about, but no sounds from the houses. I remember what stayed in my mind was how it all felt like a padded room. But I walked up the streets with my dog, and before we even got to the near end of the houses, there was this horrible screech like something was being ripped apart while still being alive. It lasted for a good 30 seconds. My dog cowered like mad, and she almost ripped my shoulder out because she ran home. My dog doesn't mind fireworks and loud noises, but she was absolutely petrified, and so was I. Even after getting inside the house, nothing felt okay for a long while. Stayed up that night for a long, long time, until I was too exhausted to be awake. I've not really told those things to anybody for the fear of being judged as crazy or ridiculous. But I'm going crazy, and were those things just a figment of my imagination? If yes, why do I get so scared to the point of crying just remembering them? I'm a grown-ass man. I'm not afraid of the dark at night, but I'm afraid of the darkness and the feeling of darkness. Well, that makes sense. Have you ever had premonitions? This is a question from my crazy head. I've mentioned about paranormal experiences, but something's been really bugging me for a few days. I had to do like a probably full life memory reconsideration. What I'm asking is premonitions. I want to know if you experience them. And I'm asking about it because on this post Thursday, I've been unfairly let go from work due to whistleblowing regarding deeply unsafe practice. That happened very suddenly. I had no way of knowing about it. My premonition happened on Tuesday evening, before I reported anything. Before anything happened at all. In fact, I had an amazing day at work, and when I got home, I immediately had a full depressive breakdown, crying and being deeply unsettled. I was confused and disturbed. I had no reason for that, and I'm not bipolar. I felt deeply unsettled. Something's going to happen. Before that, I had a similar soul-breaking feeling a day before. My estranged parents had died 2 years ago. But I had a motorcycle accident. Well, that was before. Before that, well, weird and unpleasant things happened. I remember the strongest ones when I was 21 and I was taking a bus to see my boyfriend at the time. In that 1-hour bus drive, something fully told me that this is the last time I'm going to see him, while feeling absolute dread too. Lo and behold, he dumped me within 5 minutes of seeing him. Came out of the blue. We didn't have any arguments before that. So many examples, and it's weird. Well, weird that I actually had to think about it and realize, yeah, that almost always happens. I don't like that. Why does it happen? Camping in my backyard for a couple of months, and there's something outside my tent on several occasions. I enjoy sleeping outside. I have my tent in the back corner of my yard, up against the woods. Usually around midnight I go to bed, step outside, and my motion light brightens up the yard as I walk about 40 yards to my tent. I'll be on Reddit or listening to an audiobook, YouTube, Netflix, whatever. The first night I was out there after setting up my new tent, I was relaxing when I heard scratching near the door of the tent. Very funny, good one, now let me sleep, I said. Then off a bit in the distance, I hear both my teenage sons laughing. But the next night I hear coyotes very close. They frequent the high-tension lines just up the hill. I hear them often enough, but this time it sounded like it was happening in my backyard. So I sat up, shut off my audiobook, and hit record on my phone. It was awesome. It gave me chills just because it sounded so close. I could hear each individual coyote. It sounded like they were attacking one of the pack anyway. The next night I hear them again, but much further away, and an owl hauntingly hoots most nights. Later that night I hear scratching again. I tell them to go away as it must have been 2 a.m., even later maybe. I fall asleep. Same again the next night, but by now I know it wasn't my kids. I told them to stop the first time, and me having terminal cancer, they do what I tell them now. Some nights going to my tent I see rabbits in my yard eating grass. Nocturnal rabbits. We have raccoons, possums, squirrels, flying squirrels, fisher cats, and other things. I figured something was brushing against my tent every night while grazing or whatever. One night it was so loud it sounded deliberate. I sat up, turned on my electric lantern, and looked toward the noise. I see my shoes bouncing up and down on the tent floor. My fucking god, it was mice this whole time, or a snake, or something that was comfortable beneath my tent. But last night was different. I hear scratching again, and this time on the opposite side where there's not even a door there. That's where I'm up against the woods. It was definitely not an animal, as it was much higher and repeated a pattern like scratching a record, so to speak. I say out loud, "Leave me alone." I said that as I slapped the side of the tent with the back of my hand. I could either hear or feel footsteps on the wet grass. Moved away and brushed up against my head and arm and stopped there. I had this pressure against me and I was scared. After about 15 seconds, I felt it slowly move away and stop, probably a foot or two away from my tent. It was weird to hear myself say loudly, "The power of Christ compels you." Couldn't think of something better, it just kind of came out and it seemed to work. Wanted to go in the house, but I was too frightened to open my tent and break for the porch. Turned my audiobook back on, but turned the volume all the way up. Somehow fell asleep. Tonight I'm sleeping in my bed. Tomorrow I'll go through the video on the bird feeder camera that might have caught something. Being a skeptic, I will assuredly make more excuses on what it could have been, but I was so damn scared last night. Perhaps one day I will be a believer. Feeling a loved one near you. Has anybody ever been doing something and you suddenly feel a loved one nearby? It sounds ridiculous, but I just threw up because of some dodgy food. While hugging my poured toilet bowl, I had the overwhelming presence of my Nana. She raised me from when I was 8. I'm 27 now. She passed in early 2023, and I was the one who found her, peaceful in bed. Since I was a child, I always would cry when I was sick. I couldn't help it, just proper sobs while throwing up. I'd always think I was dying or done something wrong to deserve a simple tummy bug. Not due to her, but the parental neglect that, she saved us from. It remains the same. 10 minutes ago I was being sick, crying alone, wishing she was there, and it felt like she was here again, rubbing my back and telling me I'd be okay, stop crying. Wiped my tears, and I said thank you as I left the bathroom. I still felt a hand on my shoulder until I made it to bed. Genuinely felt like she was here with me. There's been a few times I felt like she's nearby, and I've always been chalking it up to my trauma from finding her. What do you all think? Something has been in my back for years. So I don't know if this is really paranormal, but my entire life something has been on my back. I can remember it being there, my entire life. I've never really noticed it much. I mean, I grew fat, so I assumed it was a lump of fat, which I hear is possible for some people. Well, I also assumed it was simply a deformity. A winged back or something seems logical, and it's not even unheard of foe and spine also to be like sort of bow-shaped weird at birth. But here's the thing. It moves. It doesn't hurt, it just moves. I'm also able to push it inside and out. It seems if I move my arms back, I can feel it inside of me, and it's hard to put into words. I only noticed this all because after so many years, I lost weight. But here's the issue. My chest. It's still built like a truck, and worse, after losing weight, I noticed that there's also a lump on my chest. I tried to feel it, so I kept pushing it, and now my chest and my back hurt. So what's in my back is 100% in place of everything that should be in my chest now. I don't care about paranormal or ghost. I assume it's a parasitic twin. I could get an x-ray, but I'm honestly terrified. Not even half scared, but I pretty much ignore this entirely. Wait a minute. How can you be honestly terrified and not even half scared? It feels sharper than I thought, like an elbow or something. It has an underneath, but one side of it feels like it's tissue or some shit close to the armpit. It's hard to describe. I don't work out either. I've got x-rays done before or something different. The lady didn't tell me what it was. She said they're not able to tell patients and what's on the x-rays. She said that she didn't know if I would be able to see it, but she looked. Weird, just weird. She was wearing a mask and I could see she was looking at it weirdly. It was that noticeable. I never found any information. They never got back to me. But the only thing they did was take a lot of blood from me. Why did I go in? Really, it was just a stomach pain. The world was weird and I thought I would die, so why am I here? Because this isn't a health concern. This is something that I feel like is about to burst from my body. I tried to ignore it, but it legit wants to come out. It gave me hell all summer long. I don't know what it will do. I don't know if it's my twin and it's gotten too powerful, but it's out of my control. It needs to come out at this point. It's currently so tall it's stretching out my back the more I lose weight. What the hell is it? Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but I'd like to see a picture of whatever's happening. Good night. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where every episode is a dive into the eerie unknown. Hit that subscribe button and enable notifications to catch all of our latest ghostly stories. Prepare for a chilling journey. Any ghost or creepy stories that you would like to share? I have one, which is one that only happened in 2023. My experience. I lived at the very top of Northern Ireland. I live on a beach town that's quite popular during the summer, warm weather. But this story takes place on the 3rd of January. The weather wasn't warm at all, so the beaches were empty. It was just after New Year's, so everybody was hungover. It was my mom's birthday, and every year on her birthday, we light a bonfire and do it on one of the beaches. Usually it's me, my mom, my granddad, my dad, my uncle, and my old friend of mine. But this time, my friend was sick. So was my uncle. So there was only me, my mom, my dad, and my granddad. Now, on to the actual story. My mom and dad had left to get some stuff from the shop. My granddad looked after the fire while I was just walking down to the sea. While I was walking down, I saw a boy. Now this boy was 5 years old. He had blonde, short, curly hair. He was wearing a light bulb knitted vest with a white polo underneath. He had navy denim shorts. I never saw his shoes. I was confused when I saw him. There was no one else on the beach except me and my granddad. Indeed, Gecko. So I talked to the boy. I asked, "Hey, where are your parents?" He just replied back, "Over there." He was motioning over to the complete opposite side. I could see the other side, no one was there. I was confused, but just thought his family was in the car packing up. I could speak to my granddad, and he shouted for me. I turned around straight away, but I quickly looked back at the boy so I could tell him to go back to his family. But the second I turned back to the boy, he was gone. I frantically looked around the beach. He was nowhere, and this beach was a clear beach. There was nowhere for anybody to hide. A couple of months later, I was thinking about it again. That's when I decided to ask my granddad if he saw me talk to anyone. She said he called me over because I was talking to myself. I still don't know what that was, but most likely it was a ghost. Now I will go outside and yell at the neighbor's dog for barking at nothing. My 3-year-old son seen a ghost. I've always believed in ghosts and the paranormal. I've never been able to see spirits, but I can usually feel their presence, sometimes their emotions. When my son was autistic, he was 3, 17 now. He lived with his dad's sister in a huge house. I don't know how old the house was, but one day my son and I were home alone and we were in our room playing. I was grabbing him by the ankles and flipping him over on his bed. We'd been doing this for about 30 minutes, and all of a sudden my son starts looking past me to the corner of the room and looks terrified. I should also mention that he was completely nonverbal until the age of 6. He grabs the blanket and throws it over his head. I pull the blanket off of his head and I say, "What are you doing, silly?" Still looking past me and looking pretty terrified. Put the blanket back over his head. Pull it off again, and I ask him what's wrong. He points behind me. I turn around, but I don't see anything. So I tell him, "Mommy doesn't see anything." Then he looks even more terrified and puts the blanket back onto his head. Again, I pull it off, and this time I ask him what he sees. He makes a motion like to demonstrate someone hanging and makes a face with his tongue hanging out. This time, I don't let him put the blanket back over his head. I tell him to wait a minute. I turn around in the direction he's been looking, and I say out loud, "Look, I understand you're probably trying to communicate with my son because you realize he can see you. But he knows that I can't see you, so it's scaring him, and he's autistic. I need you to leave, please." I watch my son's gaze follow from that corner of the room all the way to the door. He then looks back at me with a big smile on his face, claps his hands, and is ready to play again. If I hadn't been a believer before that day, I definitely would have been after that. Me too. Ghost disguised as my sister. Anybody have a name for this type of entity? The scariest moment of my life happened in 2019. My 15 female at the time best friend. They were over and we were hanging out with my 2 younger sisters, 12 and 8 respectively, in the living room. We got up to go to the front door, which passed this house's main hallway. That lined all 6 bedrooms of the house. As we're passing the hallway, we all freeze as we watch a woman in an old-timey wedding dress walk from one room into another, leading a little girl who looked exactly like my younger sister by the hand behind her. We all stood shocked. We talked about the woman and quickly realized only my friend and I had seen this little girl. After a couple of hours, we kind of forget about it. This kind of thing is surprisingly normal in my house. We don't really know why. But later in the night, we split off. My 2 sisters go to their room 2 steps across the hall from mine. My friend and I sat in my room and in true teenage fashion pull out some weed and a homemade pipe. About 2 puffs in, I hear my youngest sister running down the hallway. My friend quickly threw everything under my blanket as I got up. My sister was banging on my door, begging me to let her in. I was scared that she would smell the weed, so I was fighting against her to keep it closed. The whole time she's screaming at the top of her lungs that they're coming, they're going to get me, help me. As I'm trying to keep the door closed, my friend has to get up to help, so I'm kind of talking to her through the door saying, "Just go to your room, I'll be there in less than a minute." After probably a minute, the banging stops all of a sudden. My friend and I look at each other, scared the commotion, look at my parents, and they're about to smell the weed. I take a deep breath and count to 10 before going across the hall to my sister's room. She has a loft bed, and when I walk in, no more than 15 seconds after this knocking stopped, she passed out in her bed. My other sister, Lacey, is in there, and I go, "What'd she want?" Lacey looks at me confused and asks who. I point to my youngest sister in response. Lacey goes, "What do you mean?" She's been asleep for 15 minutes. I just got out of her bed and I was headed to my room. At this point, I felt like I was being pranked. I walked to my younger sister, who can't keep a straight face to save her life. She's dead asleep. I check her pulse and it's calm. No way she could have been banging on my door, climbed up her steps, pretended to fall asleep, and slowed her heart rate in a minute that had passed. I bring Lacey to my room and I sit down with my friend. Explained to my friend that my younger sister was asleep and she immediately got so scared she teared up. Then I explained it to Lacey. She was banging on my door saying somebody was going to get her. Took all of our body weight to keep the door closed. I swear it was her. Lacey says there's no way it was her. They were together the whole time. Now, my family definitely has at least one demon attached to us. Will show itself to us as other family members quite often. Usually it's just something that we see out of the corner of our eye or a shadow standing in a corner of a closet. There was something about this experience that was so bone-chilling. To have somebody not related to my family experience this. The struggle with this thing to keep my door closed as if it's using my sister image to plead for me to let it in or something, but what would have happened if I wasn't strong enough and it did get in? What was its endgame? After that experience, I had seen it as my younger sister like a couple of other times, walking in doorways in the reflection of the window behind me while I did dishes. It's terrifying, but we've all mostly learned to live with it. Ghost stories. So this happened a couple of years ago, so my memory on this is kind of faded now. I think it was like 8 years ago. My father died in 2011. Me and my mom, my little brother, 2 years old, my sister and my nephew, 4 years old, moved to Germany after it happened. Also, my grandpa died a couple of months after my dad. At least I think, but I'm 100% that my dad shortly after my grandpa. Anyways, after we moved to my new house, my sister and my nephew came to visit. Kids were playing in the bedroom, my sister and mom were just talking. My brother and nephew ran up to my room, or rather to my mom and sister. They started talking about a man wanting to play with them, even described him as not tall, curly short hair and a beard. My mom and sister were kind of surprised, but brushed it off thinking that they're just imagining things. Next time my sister and nephew came, happened again. So this time my sister took out a photo of my grandpa and a photo of my dad, put them both on the table. She asked her son to go get her purse. Without even mentioning the pictures, my nephew said excitedly, "That's him! The man that wants to play with us. He's very nice." Pointed to the picture of my dad. Mind y'all, my father never met my nephew nor my little brother because, well, he died. But he was very excited to be a grandpa. My mom and sister were kind of spooked, and it happened a couple of times more. After that, I didn't want to be home alone because I was terrified. I was 11, and I didn't know about the story yet back then. I always felt watched. My dog was acting weird, sometimes even barking a little bit and screwing up the audio, looking at corners and barking at nothing. I always felt a kind of cold breeze when I went to check that she was barking at something and it was passing me. My mom felt a creepy vibe at her home. I don't know if she was spooked by what happened or if she really believed the paranormal was happening. Went to a church to ask what could really be happening. The priest told my mom that she had, any grudges against my father that she could forgive him for. That way maybe he can rest peacefully. Indeed, my mom has never forgiven my dad for killing himself, and me being the one to find him first by accident. One day she was home alone, and it happened. She got fed up with this creepy shit and she yelled out loud, "I forgive you. Leave now, please, this is scary." And since then, nothing has happened. My nephew said the man was gone. And yeah, since then I believe in ghosts. Doll. I have had a doll now, I believe. That's the cause of everything behind what's going on. We moved to a new house almost 2 years ago. I had an experience. I was home alone, thought there was an intruder and called 911. Found nothing, felt crazy, just new house jitters. Whatever. But then knocking and tapping started happening. Okay, so something just happened, or just my birds in my room. The doll I keep in a box in the corner of the closet, that's which I found to be the most active. That's why the spirit board that doesn't have a planchette on it, just for decoration. I feel it's important to include those details. So this goes on for a minute, nothing too aggressive, turns off, the lights on me, messes up with my electrics. It's an older house, so whatever. Knocking, taps, all things I could find some ways of saying it was other things. I got a new phone around Christmas last year, brand new. I was on call with my friend and we were laughing and having fun. We didn't really notice any noises even. The screen went completely black and I could only hear her voice in my blanket. Recently, same old, but it's been months apart between, but 2 growls. But with what happened this morning, sitting typing this shaking like a leaf, no more excuses. I've nothing to explain it. I sometimes sleep with a pillow on my head or shoulder. It's weird, but I enjoy it. Well, I had it on my shoulder this time. Felt something like pressure on the pillow against my shoulder. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just my dog and he'd move. I wish I would have just woken up more instead of trying to fall back asleep. I again tried going back to sleep. It happens again, but more pressure. It's moving quick. Now it's on my neck, feeling like someone's choking me. I didn't hear doors, we didn't have alarms. Kind of figured quick that it wasn't human. No way a human could feel like this and that quickly. I gasped and I'm trying to think about what to say, and I said, Jesus, and eased up. I caught my breath more and I said, Jesus loves me, and backed off. It felt like several hours, like something was watching me. The thing I find coincidental is the time when I woke up freaking out was a little bit past 3:30 a.m. I have my own beliefs. And not having a strong standing on any religion, I do wear an upside-down cross tattoo with like a moon. And I do have an ankh necklace. I'm not sure what to make of the situation. I'm definitely burning the board and the doll. I don't know what to do. I want it gone, even if it hurts because the doll was passed down. Now, this is just a quick rundown of this, not everything. I'm mostly wanting advice. I am burning the board later. The doll, well, started mostly in the corner, and that's where it growls. I'm sure once it's gone, it'll be calm. I've had pet birds come down randomly and pass, or get seriously sick and pass. I just pushed it off as other things, and I know it's not in my head, though. The pillow doesn't move alone, and my neck wouldn't be hurting so much. Any advice on this would be amazing. I reached out to a paranormal investigator, and she said 40-plus experience. She would investigate the doll. It again was passing through the family. I do feel attached in a way, and it's a difficult place for me to try to think about it. The doll is porcelain. It's moved around my room and passed from the floor to the shelf to my chest from the shelf with its arms and legs moving. I put it up, it got calm for a while. Now I'm at a point where there's no excuses for this. My grandma lost her memory because of a ghost encounter. Let me explain. I was 8 and we lived in a joint family with all of my uncles, aunts, and cousins. My grandma used to rest in a chair outside her house. My mom would send me to get her for dinner. One night at around 8:30 p.m., I went to call Grandma for dinner as usual, but this time she didn't reply for several minutes. After a while, I got worried and called my mom. She also tried to talk to Grandma, but no response. After a while, Grandma started freaking out and screaming, "Who are you? Where am I?" And at this point, everybody came outside and Grandma started screaming and freaking out. Me and my older cousins, me being the youngest, freaked out and started crying. Our parents sent us inside the house, but my cousin stayed by the window, and so did I. After what felt like an hour, my uncle, who's well educated about such situations and ghost encounters, came home. We told him about what was going on. He started questioning my grandma like, "Who are you? What do you want?" My grandma started whispering. I was young, so I don't remember the exact interaction between them, but my uncle always said that random spirits needs their desire to be fulfilled. If you fulfill it within reasons, then that thing will leave you alone. So he asked again, "What do you want?" He did this in a pretty authoritative manner. Grandma replied, "I want kebab and samosas, non-vegetarian ones." At this point, it's almost 10:30 p.m. All the shops in our neighborhood were closed. So my dad and my other uncle went somewhere to go get it. When they came back and gave the paper bag to Grandma, she started sniffing the bag. She opened the bag, took one look inside, and started running. My grandma was around 115 kilograms at the time, so it was shocking watching her run like that. My entire family ran after her, except me and my cousins. We were too young. I started crying and praying. But after some time, everybody came home with Grandma. I didn't know what had happened. Till recently when my mom told me what happened. Grandpa ran to the end of our neighborhood, to the gate of our society. Indians will know what I mean. Passed out in the middle of the road. Then my dad and uncles carried Grandma to her house. After everything settled down, we asked Grandma if she remembered what had happened. She told us that she didn't remember a thing that happened in the last 3 hours. Now, 15 years later, and still, no one in my family talks about it. Ask Reddit. This happened when I was 17. When I was still living in my childhood home, I was sneaking out late at night to meet some friends. I went through the back door of the house, and as I turned to face the door, I could just feel somebody watching me. Thought I was busted. I turned to look at who had caught me. I saw a totally monochrome figure. The hair was completely black, like blacker than black. Her face was like a static washed over white and gray, and she was wearing a dress that was in between two colors. No facial features, just a silhouette of a young girl facing me. I reached for the door as fast as I could, and I went to shut it and close it very quickly on me. Bolted through my yard and onto the street. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I stayed at my friend's that night. Soon after this happened, I was up late with my mom watching a movie. My dad had just passed away. We finished our movie up and said goodbye after turning the TV, stereo receiver, and DVD player, all with their own remotes. After a short amount of time in bed, I'm jarred awake by the sound of static with the speakers cranked up and the TV on with no input. My mom and I meet in the hallway, surprised to see that we had both been awoken to an empty house. A few years ago, when I was 23-ish, I graduated from college. I finally told my family about the first occurrence. Before I'm able to finish my description of the ghost, she finishes for me, telling me that her and her friend used to see a little girl in our backyard playing in a sundress. She said that she looked maybe 12. Our neighbor, who was the original owner, shared a story with us about the family that originally bought the house after it was built. It was a young family whose daughter passed away from leukemia. She would have been about the right age. Looking back, the girl wasn't scary or harmful. My sister had the same impression. To this day, I believe that what we saw, and, well, I believe what we saw and haven't seen anything like it ever since. And not to be pedantic, but if a color is in between two colors, then it is still a color with a name. Childhood home experiences. I'm an only child, and my parents and I moved into a home where they still lived when I was 6 years old. From the first night in the house, I was terrified to sleep by myself. For most of my childhood, I either slept with my mom or she slept in my room with me. I was fine during the day, but at night sleeping was almost impossible. I always felt a feeling of dread and despair. From about the time we moved into the house until I was in my early teens, I had specific nightmares of a wolf-like creature. This creature had shaggy black fur and stood on its hind legs. It appeared to be a wolf and was always snarling and would usually run at me, at which point I would wake up terrified and run to my mom's bed if I wasn't already with her. The dreams would start off as normal dreams, always set in the house. I might be going about a normal activity, hanging out with family, going to the bathroom. Then all of a sudden, there's this wolf. At that point, the dream turned into a nightmare. As the years went on, the nightmares continued, but they did become less frequent. I believe I probably had the last of them by the time I was 13 or 14. I haven't dreamed about this creature for years, although I can still vividly see it in my mind. I found out years later that a man had shot himself in the house before we moved in. Several years after I moved in, my dad awoke one night to a figure standing at the foot of his bed. He swears that he was awake and not dreaming. The figure walked beside him and stopped. Believing it was a person, he put his arm out, but it went through it. The figure then walked through the nightstand and through the wall. He hasn't had any other encounters to my knowledge, and my assumption is that my bad energy created by the death of a previous inhabitant was fueling my nightmares and oppressive feelings as a child. As I grew up, I likely became less susceptible to it. Thus, it ended. I'm most curious to see if anyone else has encountered a creature anything like the wolf I described. I'm wondering if it was something evil that manifested itself in my dream, or was it just a figment of my childhood imagination? Weird dream or paranormal experience. I had an odd experience this morning, and while the rational part of me knows it was more than likely a dream, thought it would be cool to share my experience, get other people's takes on it. So, to preface this, I am a believer of the paranormal. I believe I've had paranormal experiences in the past. I'm also a big believer of the idea that spirits find it easier to give people messages through dreams or when somebody's in a dreamlike state or close to sleep, so I can do so. I believe this mainly because ever since my maternal grandmother passed away in 2011, she's visited me several times in dreams to give me messages, which proved to be very accurate. Anyway, today I had to call out sick from work. I woke up with probably one of the worst migraines I'd ever experienced. Literally felt like somebody was crushing me, crushing my head. I could barely see, and seeing any sort of light was pure agony. After I rang out from work, I got back into bed and tried to sleep it off. After about a half hour or so, I was just starting to get close enough to fall back asleep, but the pain in my head suddenly became unbearable. It felt as if there was a group of people standing in my bedroom all just talking at once, trying to get my attention. This went on for a few minutes before I clearly heard my grandmother's voice telling me all the other voices to stop. Their voices were too prickly, as they put it. All of the other voices stopped. I heard my grandmother tell me that everything was going to be okay. I felt her put her hand on my head to stroke my hair, and the second her hand touched my head, my migraine completely disappeared. The other weird part of all this is that when it felt like the other voices were trying to get my attention, it didn't feel negative or scary. I just got a real familiar vibe from the voices, as if they were other relatives that had passed on. Realistically, I know this was probably some sort of weird sickness dream caused by the migraine I was having, but I'd love to hear other people's opinions on it. Was it a dream, or could I have actually had another paranormal experience? Has anyone experienced anything like this before? And if you have, maybe have an explanation as to what this might have been. Followed home. This past weekend, my husband and I tagged along with 2 Ohio paranormal investigation teams to check out Helltown in Ohio. We ended up officially joining one of the teams, so I'm excited for future adventures. Anyways, for anyone familiar, our research was conducted in the barn. And for the unfamiliar people, the barn is one of the few structures still standing. It's located in between a huge field in the woods. Things were going pretty smooth, till a few hours in things started picking up and we actually had a few decent things happen. Things started picking up when the whole group, 7 of us total, gathered in a small room and stall area to conduct an EVP session. As everybody was standing completely still and quiet, everybody could hear somebody walking around outside of the room. A few of us heard voices. We originally thought some other investigators showed up, but when we went out, no one was in the barn or the field outside of it. My husband and a couple of other people went downstairs to look. Plain as day, they heard whistling. If you know, you know. I've conditioned my husband to know the rules, but he volunteered as tribute to go and look around. Luckily, nothing happened and we couldn't find the source of the whistle, but we decided to do another EVP session down there. As we're all standing silent again, everybody starts seeing shadows running past the windows and gaps between the boards and the walls. After everybody calmed down from that, we decided to try to get one more EVP session in. We decided to do it in the upstairs room before we packed up and headed out. As soon as we started once again, we could hear somebody walking around. It got to the point that I was so spooked that I was done. I wanted to go home. We all gathered our stuff and as a group started the 20-minute walk back to our cars. Before we left the area, we stopped. We did a spirit box session and all told the spirits that they weren't allowed to go home with us. Evidently, that didn't work. The night before last, my sister came down and said that she could hear someone walking around her room on the other side of the curtains. The floor is really creaky, so it's really hard to miss footsteps. Yes, Gecko. Then last night I woke up at 3 to use the bathroom. As I was laying there trying to fall back asleep, I heard somebody running back and forth across from my house, at least 3 or 4 times. Then he heard what sounded like a heavy dresser being pushed across a wood floor. Mind you, I have all carpeted floors. I was terrified and almost woke my husband up to look around. After a few minutes of silence, I got the courage to see if one of my kids was up. They were all passed out snoring. I cleansed my house today, and sounded like a crazy person screaming at whatever it was to get out. So we'll see how things go tonight. If you made it all the way through, thanks for reading. Hope you enjoyed it. My childhood experience. I studied in an all-girls convent school during my childhood. Due to personal reasons, my father had to drop me off at school extremely early. You can say that I was the first student to reach school every day. So, to reach my class, I have to take a long staircase. Then I take a left turn and then another left and a right where I'm now at the beginning of the main hallway. At the end of the hallway, you can take a right and use the stairs. Then you go back downstairs. Now, every morning, I would take a right into the main hallway. I would always see a white misty figure at the end of the hallway for like a split second. It always seemed like the figure was shocked to see me, would run downstairs. So I would always see a white misty figure fleeting to the right, where the stairs are. Whenever I turned to the hallway, and this happened every day for a year, until my class changed. I was always a skeptic, but as a child, you still have a tiny little fear of what it was. I would pretend like I never saw it, and I'd quietly go to my class. I always tried to think that my eyes were playing a trick on me, tried to believe that it wasn't real, but it was just too real. I could always figure out the head, waist, and thin legs whenever I saw it. And strangely enough, during that period of my life, I started having sleep paralysis. I also had sleepwalking problems. I would have episodes, not frequently though. Episodes where my eyes wouldn't budge, body being able to move, and the feeling of an excruciatingly heavy thing sitting on my chest. This thing wouldn't allow me to breathe. One night I had a horrible episode. I was sleeping on my side when my eyes opened and my body couldn't move. I was scared as fuck. there was some pitch black, long-haired person behind the headboard of my bed just leaning over me, hair dangling over me. I could see it from the corner of my eye. Thankfully, I was sleeping on my side and not on my back, coming face to face with it. I used to have sleepwalking episodes during my early childhood. It only consisted of me just sitting cross-legged on my bed, mumbling something before going back to sleep. It had stopped for a while. But during that time, I sleepwalked again, getting out of my bed and going to my parents' bedroom where I stood in front of the closet door, raised both my fists, and hit it hard. The sound woke up my parents. Well, they got so scared. Poor them. They shook me and I woke up. These events only happened during that year. I have no clear answers as to why this happened. I keep dreaming the same distant family member goes missing. For the past 3 nights, I've experienced the same reoccurring dream about a distant family member who went missing years ago. We were likely around the same age at the time. I was about 7 or 8 years old when it happened. In the dream, I'm a child again, staying at a family member's house. The setting is familiar, with the interior furniture matching what I remember from my childhood. I can even see myself as a child in the mirror in the second guest room. In this dream, I get up to go get water. As I do, I hear a noise. I hesitantly approach the sound and witness my distant relative being taken away by intruders. It's important to note that I wasn't at this family member's house the night that she disappeared. We received the news of her disappearance the following day. In the dream, I try to intervene by waking up other family members or attempting to call the police. But despite my efforts, she still ends up missing. I'll be graduating from college with a forensics degree, and well, I wonder if the nature of my studies is contributing to these reoccurring dreams. Gecko agrees. Although I hardly knew this relative, my grandparents knew her better than I did at that young age. I'm curious about the meaning of these dreams, and why they're occurring now after all these years. It's been a long time. There's never been any resolution to what happened to her. All loops eventually close. The turning over of my apple cart, just when I had it all figured out. The incidents I chronicle in the following account are true, happened in 2009 in the northeastern U.S. I went to visit my daughter and her family one evening. I live in a rural area that's quite dark at night due to lack of ambient lighting. I exited my car and began to walk across the yard toward their house. The darkness was such that I couldn't see anything before me. However, I was familiar with the property. As I was walking, I came to an abrupt stop. I raised my arms in front of me. Not by conscious choosing, but my body sensed something before me. Instinct. Thinking it may be a yard toy, I kicked outward, but nothing was there. I immediately heard a light rustling. It was distant, but approached my position rapidly. The initial sensing of my path being blocked grew stronger. I then saw from across the opposite end of the darkened yard a figure moving swiftly toward me. The figure was moving so rapid that it appeared as a blur approaching and departing. It was only when it passed me, and it was for a split second aligned with me on my left, that I got a close glimpse. But for a nanosecond, it headed straight at me. It only veered to my left at the last possible moment. Its description was as follows. I estimate a height of 8 feet. This is based on comparing my height of 6 feet 3 inches. However, the figure glided and was leaning forward at an almost 45-degree angle. It didn't contact the ground and wore a classic monk-type robe, brown with black smudges. The material was worn and tattered. The hood drastically draped down over the facial area, obscuring any facial features. In passing, it never looked at me. Its body posture and head remained straight ahead, but again, in a leaning forward, slanted position. Its movement in passing me created an audible swishing. I stepped forward while looking in the direction of the house. This one step triggered their motion, which snapped their floodlights on, but I kept watching what passed me until it disappeared into the darkness. Total time after passing me when losing sight of it, maybe 3 to 4 seconds. When I entered the house, I attempted to tell my daughter what just happened. She held her finger up to her lips and in a low voice said, "Don't say anything around Steve. He's already nervous about us living so close to the old barn." Note, Steve grew up believing the barn was haunted. Still trying to get a grip, I said, "Okay, probably my imagination." I gave her what I had and went out to take and said I had to scoot for a few more errands. We hugged and I walked this time across a well-lit yard to my car. I got in and instead of going in the direction of what passed me, I went the opposite way. After a few minutes, I saw the lights of the Sheetz store. I whipped in, found a parking spot, and stared off thinking about what I just experienced. This, I knew, it really happened. What I saw was all the pictures and literature throughout my life. They all depicted it, the Grim Reaper. So, why am I still alive? Why did it turn from me at the last second? That was Saturday evening. On Sunday morning, woke up at 5:30 a.m., which is very unusual for me. Also unusual was that I awoke fully. No momentary grogginess, bright-eyed. I moved to the edge of the bed and watched the early sun streaming in through the half-closed slats. The room was silent. Before I could stand, a long, single musical note from a trumpet came from the right corner of the room. It started low but rose in volume and lasted about 5 to 7 seconds. Then the room was again dead silent. I didn't have to look outside to determine a source. The trumpet sound was generated within the room. The acoustics of the sound made that determination unmistakable. But no one and nothing was there visibly to generate it. I went through Sunday encountering several people who I almost told about the trumpet note, and even the sighting of the entity. I thought better of that and kept it to myself, feeling that before blurting things of that nature out to those around me, I wanted to first figure it out. At 6 p.m. Sunday, I watched the movie The Untouchables. Halfway through, I called my dad, who lived in the family home 45 minutes away. I knew he liked the movie, so I checked in. After talking for a while, I said, "Hey, I want to tell you something that happened to me early this morning. You're the first person that I've told, and you're going to think I'm nuts." Surprisingly, instead of laughing, there was a short pause from his end. "Okay," he said. "You tell me what happened to you, then I'll tell you what happened to me this morning." He told me that around 3 a.m. this morning he was awoken by the doorbell. It had an unusual sound to it, like it was only partly pressed in. Then it was released. It was followed seconds later with the identical sound. I said, "Who was it?" He said that he didn't go to see and stayed where he was. It was damn odd, and I wasn't going to move from the bed. Very unusual for Dad, a very unparanormal guy. 5 days later, I received a call from my stepsister telling my dad that he had just died. He hadn't been ill or been diagnosed with any conditions. He was 79, a heart attack. So, I'm left with questions. My dad and I were the same size and closely resembled each other. We also shared the same first, last, and middle name. Did this entity resemble a reaper mistake me for my dad and course correct at the last few seconds? Was the doorbell ringing at his house a reaper entity waiting Dad to answer the door, at which point Dad would have died then? Was the trumpet I heard in the bedroom an announcement of Dad's impending death? 13 years later, the answer, I surmise, only caused, discomfort. I wish it hadn't occurred, but it did. I would hope that the Grim Reaper's Rolodex is more accurate and is based off something more than just your name. I hope. Rob, come here. An urgent voice, out of place. I got back from my annual physical yesterday afternoon. My wife was in the back room. We were the only people in the house. I was in the front of the house in the kitchen. That's when I heard a loud female voice say, "Rob." It came from the foyer. I walked from the kitchen through the dining room leading into the foyer and did so quickly due to the voice having an urgent tone. I got to the foyer, no one was there. I said, "Hey, hey." No reply except my wife saying, "What?" I walked back bewildered to the kitchen, knowing the voice was real. It wasn't distant. It had an acoustical sound of being in the house and in the foyer. I'd only taken 2 steps back into the kitchen and heard, "Rob, come here." This time the voice came from the left corner of the living room, and its urgency wasn't distress. It was an order. I was in the living room within 2 seconds. Nothing. No one. I said, "Hey, hello, hello." My wife walked in from the back of the house to find me sitting in the living room chair. She asked me what I wanted and what was wrong. I just said, "Hang on, wait a minute. What?" After about 30 seconds, I asked her to sit down, and I told her the best of what just happened. She asked me if it was a male or female voice. I said, "Female." She asked if I recognized the voice. I said, "No." I don't hear disembodied voices in my house at 1:30 in the afternoon, but I did yesterday, loud and clear. Weird footsteps and ghostly experiences at home. I don't know how to start this, but whenever I go to sleep at night, almost all nights, I hear footsteps in the above house. No one lives there. It's been in a commercial office pretty much the entire time. I've seen it open only a few times. No one's up there at night. It's empty. All the people go home by 7. But almost every night at around 2 a.m. I hear the footsteps, even if there are people in the daytime. We never hear those footsteps in the daytime. It's always at night. I haven't told this to anybody at home or asked them if they hear the same thing. Every time I go up near the office, I had this weird negative feeling and something telling me not to go any further. Does anybody know how I just stopped the sound of these footsteps? There's been a psychic at our home some months ago. They told us there's some kind of spirit here. I've had some ghostly experiences at home as well. The last time I remember, I had got up at night to have some water. I went to the kitchen, drank the water, kept the glass on the kitchen platform. Out of nowhere, when I kept the glass down, after a few seconds, the glass was vibrating and moving toward me. I got scared, just put the glass back to where I originally kept it before. And after that, I just went and slept with my mom out of fear. An orb. I liked to go ghost hunting, just to see if stuff was real. There was a spot where a 2-lane road was raised up to make, way for train tracks. But the road was really too skinny. You couldn't see over the top, so there were head-on collisions all the time. It was a side road that went through the forest, but sort of busy because it connected 2 main areas. It was a death trap. I'm not sure if it had gates for when trains were coming. People would say they would see weird stuff at night, so we went to check it out. We walked into the forest near it. We got to about 60 feet away from the road, and there was a floating blue orb, just sort of crackling like electricity. It was about 1 foot in diameter, floating about 5 feet off the ground, about 15 feet away from a group of 4 of us, and 12 feet away from the tracks. All of us saw it. We looked at each other, looked back, still there. It stayed the same size and elevation, but slowly moved around. It lasted about 2, maybe 3 minutes. We stayed 15 feet away, but moved around at probably 180 degrees just to make sure that we were seeing this thing and it was real. It couldn't be from another source. It came a little closer to us and then just sank into the ground. We were hoping to see a ghost. Hadn't anticipated an orb. Never heard of that before. Thoughts on cats' paranormal abilities. I'm an atheist, and a skeptic in general, but I saw what I saw. I know cats have been worshipped, and wondering if there's actually any meaning behind it. First time posting here, I think, but I want to give some stories and wondering if people have similar stories or ideas about how things are possible. Some things are debatable, some things aren't, but I fully believe my cat could teleport, read minds, and, send his spirit places. Easiest example. I know cats are quick and crafty, but I would be in one room, walk down the singular hallway, and he would be waiting there in the bed, not even panting. There's one way to travel to this location, and I just walked it. He didn't pass me. When he saw my surprise, he would give me this knowingly grin. It was so freaky. He did it all the time. One time there's an addition to the house, I bought that had a singular dud bolt lock that no one had a key for. He liked messing with me in general, and sometimes ultra scary, sometimes playful. This was one of the times where we had the look of I'm gonna F you up, bro. So I stayed in the addition to the house. The door was glass, and he was pacing in front of the glass door sort of like a lion waiting for his food. I could barely sleep. I have the strangest dream of being attacked by a werewolf. I wake up to claw marks on my back, and he's in the fucking room. Door's still locked. I checked for holes and everything, and nothing. No one has a key that could have let them in. I certainly wouldn't have let them in, that's why I was in the room to begin with. Sometimes I would let him out, but then I would turn around and he's inside. It's 30 degrees out. There's no drafts or entryways or anyone else home. He couldn't have gotten there that fast even if there was. One time, only my brother and I were playing video games. Just let him outside and lock the door. He literally apparated about 5 feet in the air right in front of us. He had the look of, I botched this one, scurried off. My brother and I both saw him exit and reappear. No one else is home. No physical way of entry. Plus, we always see him walk over. For sure, we would have seen him. Plus, 5 foot's a pretty crazy high jump. Your face could be a statue. He would know exactly your thoughts and make specific reactions. Probably one of the weirder ones is I moved 1,000 miles away and the cat stayed with my brothers who would visit me in the ghost form, just to mess with me. I'd be studying, watching TV, and a green ghost version would walk in, give a "what's up?" sometimes a meow, and then walk through the other wall. I wasn't drinking, I wasn't on drugs, and I wasn't sleep deprived. He'd do that about once a month. Well, what I can tell you for sure is you definitely like your cat. Two people seeing the same ghost at the same time. I'm a skeptic, but some of my in-laws have gifts for seeing ghosts. They don't make it a thing, just something hereditary, and sometimes they see them. My mind always thinks there's a logical explanation, especially when it's just one person experiencing it. I don't know about two. My son-in-law has the gift, and so do some of her kids. Sister-in-law, one of those two. They don't try to use it or build it. They don't even like talking about it much. When asking the kids if they saw something, it's as if they wet the bed type of a response. Seems genuine and unwanted. They went to the cemetery to visit their great-grandfather. As they were driving away, they saw a funeral going on for somebody else, and my sister-in-law or son-in-law, or whatever SIL stands for, and my nephew noticed a young girl in a white dress with the black hair standing 40 feet away from them, but 20 feet from the rest of that group. So they started asking why this lone girl was away from the rest. No one could see her, except those two. There were 3 other people in the car, but they stopped. Wondering why nobody else could see her. She looked strange, but not a typical style see-through ghost. Almost like a regular person. I normally wouldn't think anything of it, but they both were described the same way, the same entity in the same place without, playing off each other or having an incentive to make it up. The son was about 14. His mom, where the two saw it, or rather, he and his mom, going nuts trying to figure out, well, why nobody else could see her. Look, white dress, black hair, left at that tree all by herself. How do you not see her? Insight badly needed. Reoccurring dream of a Q banshee. I dream of ghosts and demons a little too much for my liking. But there's this one spirit that seems to reappear in my dreams that make me wonder if it's more than just dream phenomenon. Both times they were sleep paralysis dreams. All demon dreams are. But usually the demons are distant. They frighten me, but other than my wraith dream, well, wraith, usually they don't try to hurt me. Previous dreams, I've woken up and I've continued my day normal, despite how creepy the dream. The first time I had that banshee dream, I was living with my grandmother. I felt something caressing my shoulder. It wasn't a dream, so I assumed it was my cat who in real life was sleeping with me when I fell asleep. However, when I turned my head to see my cat, I was greeted by this rotting old woman's face. A hag is what it looked like. I thought it was one until it started screaming in my ear louder than those screeching fire alarms. I'd look away and it would stop. I'd look back and it would scream again. The second time of this dream horrified me beyond comprehension. It's in the house I'm currently in with my roommate. The closet door was open both in the dream and in the waking world. I saw the same hag. She screamed as well, however she was growing taller as she did. It was a lot more menacing than any other demon dream I've had. She started screaming louder, and louder until I was forced awake. The reason why this dream horrified me more than any other was because when I woke up my ear was ringing violently. It was as if somebody took a trumpet and blared it into my ear. Insight here would be greatly appreciated. Two strange incidents in my time that have certainly left me scared. For my first incident, I was around 10-12 at this time doing normal kid things. It was possibly around noon at this time. I was grounded for I don't even know anymore. Standing on the edge of my bed, and I had an old wooden bed. I would stand on the outside frame. As I was standing there, I looked at my currently open door. I saw a 7-foot-tall red figure standing in that doorway. I only recount as well as I can because I was well over a decade ago, but somehow remember this all so well when I saw the figure. I wasn't even scared. But at the same time, it was scary but felt alright. Ever since I saw that figure, I feel as though I'm no longer alone. That's when I started always to feel more paranoid over being in the dark and such. I know it's a normal thing for people to be scared of the dark. Still, I always feel I see someone watching me. It makes me kind of uneasy. This incident certainly made my life feel like I was always having someone watching me. When I'm in a room alone, it feels as if I hear no noises and something shouting at me to watch out, like my fight or flight response is constant. What I saw that day made no sense. I feel as though it had weirdly impacted me. I'm kind of unsure, and I hope maybe somebody has an idea of what it could be. My second incident does make me kind of feel it's connected in some way to the first. I am a skeptic, and this is more recent, maybe a few months ago. The main reason I say I'm a skeptic is that I don't try to make up spooky ghost events or something to freak people out. If I do have a creepy event happen, then that's what I share. I was at a friend's house, watching a movie in the pitch black. It was late at night when the movie finished and the screen went dark. We were both relaxing. We started talking about nonsense topics like life and... well, life is the opposite of that, but... I was looking around the room and I saw a gesture in the corner like it was lifelike, like a dream. It was just the mask and gloves. I got scared, told my friend about it. It was when the entire room felt like it shifted. The room got heavy, like breathing felt like it wasn't an option. I wanted to break out a spirit box app that I had on my phone just because it was something that we both were into and decided it sounded fun. We did the usual making sure nothing attached to us and whatnot. We both had been asking questions around the lines of "Are you here?" and such. We heard a deep voice say something. Not entirely sure what it was, but I know that it was something that made us turn it off because it unsettled us. We had noticed the room started to get cold and a standing lamp that they had in the room started to rattle. The light started to get off more heat than it should have. After that, it kept just getting more eerie. We wanted to turn the standing mirror around because it kept giving us the creeps. We did that, and then I decided to head out. When my friends went back into the room, he sent me a Snapchat of a very large cut across the back of the mirror that we both knew for a fact wasn't there just a minute ago. As I was driving home, I kept feeling like something was in the car with me, watching me. We had called that night after I made it home, and I should add that this is the same home as the first story, too. And during the night, my friend heard my mic pick up scratching noises coming from my door. I know none of my family would have messed with anyone's sleep. Also, it was around 3 a.m. I've since moved to a new house, and even in the new house, I still get weird vibes. I have had a few incidences with footsteps loud enough that you could think it's somebody else in the house when it's just me. A shadow figure watching me while I was in the living room that my roommate saw when she looked over down the hall. My door is a mirror. She saw it reflecting off my door, and my roommate alone in the house heard scratching on the interior doors. Just a lot of weirdness that only seems to occur on my side of the house. Again, I want to know what you guys think. I know I posted a wall of text, but I hope somebody has theories or something to help because I'm unsure of what follows me, if it's good or bad. I just want to know what it might be. There's someone in my bedroom. I wanted to start by saying that I've always been a non-believer. 32 years of laughing off or explaining away paranormal phenomena, but that all changed a few months ago. I live in an old property with a past. In World War II, the whole row of former guest houses were used as internment camps. I've lived there for 4 uneventful years until a few years ago. I heard somebody come in the room and get in bed with me. Thought it was my partner, but there was no one there. After that, the bedsheets started to be pulled off my shoulder and feet, and I decided to be brave. Put the light on and look. No one was there. It was 3 a.m. and my partner had gone to sleep in the spare room. He does this quite regularly due to different schedules. About 1 month ago, I had another event. Someone pacing around the room. I was terrified and eventually looked out, but no one was there. It was 3:33 a.m. Last night I heard somebody run from the door over to the bed and jumped in. Each time my blood runs cold and I start shaking. It was not as late this time, about midnight. Anyway, I don't know what to think. Am I imagining it? Why, if real, would a ghost turn up suddenly after 4 years of no activity? But the way I know this isn't a not safe for work post, but I said it. Well, what are they saying here? Let's see. I don't know what they're saying at the end. Next story. My personal demon encounter as a Creepy Hollow, Texas volunteer. So I volunteered maybe a few seasons years back. My job was to sit in a giant metal cage in the Fear Factory, the zombie-style exhibit, screaming people, banging walls, telling them I wanted to eat them. Normally, we had 2 or 3 people in this cage, but this time it was just me due to staffing issues. Going through my night, I just did my job, even won a Best Scare Award for single-handedly doing the job. On my quote-unquote floor, it was just me and another volunteer who went up and down the stairs fairly regularly. At around 11-ish at night, I started to smell sulfur and ammonia. I looked in the corner, and to my surprise, I see a giant figure standing crouched over in the corner. The room was roughly 8 feet tall, and it was closer to 10 or maybe 12. I looked at it, and the best description I've managed to come up with is this Slender Man-style figure, except everything was black and scratchy, just like the pictures every kid in horror movies draw on when they show their parents their friend. You know, when they sketch one out with the black ink. The only other description of this being I remember over the years was those piercing yellow eyes. It was like they stared right into my soul. The other volunteer was, of course, downstairs while this was taking place. A few customers could come by, and I don't know if they could have seen it or what, but they would always walk right past it without a second glance. After a few customers walked past, I heard it speak. I heard it calling my full legal name. I went by JP, so nobody actually knew my name. At this point, I was terrified. I didn't know what was happening. I had some false sense of security from the cage I was locked in, though. I looked away and just started praying. As I was praying, I kept my eyes shut tight. Can't explain what that thing was or why it came after me, but I'll tell you those 5 minutes of praying felt like an eternity. I consistently felt this thing slowly but surely creeping up on me. Then it vanished. The smell of sulfur and ammonia was gone. The other volunteer came up the stairs. Customers kept coming through the rest of the night, and I never volunteered there again. After I talked with some buddies, they all told me the sulfur and ammonia smell meant it was probably a demon, but I truthfully don't know. If you have any questions, or could help me better understand what happened that night, please ask me or let me know. And to anybody who's made it to the end, thank you so much for listening. Sweet dreams.